Okay, and you are Mr. Wilson.
Swear.
You ready?
Please swear me in.
It's almost.
Just
Once
wait.
that
till she
blue
gets
line
ready.
goes through, then we're good. You should be live.
Okay. So it's 9 o'clock on, what day are we today?
29.
Friday, May 28th. And we're beginning the second session of reviews at 9 o'clock, 9:01. And the first thing I will do is swear in our assessor, Jeremy Baraka. Jeremy, do you solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so?
I do.
Thank you.
For the record, it's May 29.
Okay, May 29th.
Just for the record.
That's good. That's good. That's good. All right, so very nicely, we have our first person here a little bit ahead of time, so we'll go ahead and get started.
Thank you.
And you are here representing Christy Wilson, is that correct?
Yes, yes, I am. And I do have just a handwritten that she wrote today, just she's not feeling well.
Right.
She couldn't make it. I do have a handwritten, if you guys authorization, if you guys need that she just wrote that on the an old tax map, actually. I'm sorry,
Okay.
property
You
map.
want to take that, Chris?
First, I'm swearing, but
Yes, I do.
you solemnly
Oh.
affirm swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability.
Yes. You're welcome.
Okay, so you have two things that are before us. One of the things we have done is we have split out different properties, so we
Okay.
sort of have the lead on that.
Yes, great.
So Elaine, I think you're on the first
Yes.
one, 156.
I am, so let's.
So, but what we normally at the process, we normally go through, we ask you to make the presentation.
Okay,
Then the lead person may have some questions, and at the end, we'll ask Jeremy if he has any comments to make about what you have already presented.
okay, great. So this is on the record.
This is on the record.
Okay.
Clarification, we're talking about the 12.2 acre parcel
Okay.
on Deer Haven Lake as opposed to the other.
Of the other parcel. Okay, so I'm gonna just ask this now, and I've presented my 5-minute presentation based on both the parcels that we're talking about. If that's okay, can I speak on that?
Absolutely.
Or would I have different time
We may
length?
have different questions, but
Okay.
you'll
Okay.
have plenty of time.
Is that okay? Okay, so good morning, members of the board and town assessor. My name is Michael S. Wilson, representing Christy Ann Person Wilson. I'm here to present the formal legal arguments supporting the form RP 524 grievances for tax map ID 68.2-2-40, that'd be the 12.2 acres, and tax map ID 68.2-2-15, the 5.8 acres on Deer Haven Lane. The tentative assessments violate the statutory mandates of uniformity under New York State real property tax law, sections 305 and 502. They completely ignore the statutory building codes under New York State Town Law, section 280-A. These errors constitute an illegal overassessment based on documented administrative omission. I'm requesting total reduction of $204,000 to restore statutory equity. Our first argument rests on RPTL, Real Property Tax Law, section 305. Which mandates that all real property must be assessed at uniform percentage of value. On May 22nd, my wife and I met with the town assessor. He admitted on the record that his office has completely overlooked the valuations of 3 directly adjoining parcels on our exact.
We're listening. No, sorry.
You want to stop?
Continue.
Just
Okay.
get this off.
Okay, sorry.
No, we apologize to you.
Oh, no, no, worries. All right. Sorry, okay, so on May 22nd, 2026. Myself and my wife met with the town assessor. And he admitted on the record that his office completely overlooked the valuations of 3 directly adjoining parcels on our exact road when setting my tentative figures. This omission created an unconstitutional, non-uniform assessment. The adjoining baseline properties to our properties, tax ID numbers 68.2-2-47, 68.2-2-39.210, and 68.2-2-39.220. They carry an average land assessment of exactly 1,931 per acre, yet the assessor has valued my identical dirt on the same road at 10,000 per acre for tax map ID 68.2-2-15 and 15,655 per acre for tax map ID 68.2-2-40, 12.2 acres. Applying radically diverse valuation baselines to contiguous geographic tracts cannot stand as a matter of law. Furthermore, traditional arm's length market comparables do not exist on these parcels because unmaintained private roads have destroyed the open market. They do not trade on MLS, therefore the town's own internal assessment roll is the only valid baseline available to measure uniformity today. Furthermore, during our recorded meeting on May 22nd, the town assessor explicitly admitted on the record that this specific assessment is, and I quote, definitely wrong. And
Excuse me, can you be
Yes.
specific to which assessment? Was it one or the other or both? When he said this assessment is wrong.
he said, on this assessment is definitely wrong on tax ID number 68.2-2-39.210, Mr. Delgado, 8.3 acres at $20,000 and 800, 20,800 for 8.3 acres. That is specifically what he said. This is definitely wrong.
And that was on Delgado's parcel, not one of your parcels.
That is correct.
And
And I'm sorry, what's the connection then?
Okay,
Like you're getting to that?
it's
I'm getting-
adjoining.
Okay.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
I am getting to that, but I can be more specific and thank you. When saying that.
Okay.
Okay. And in quotes, definitely got missed there. While the assessor stated it is on his list to be corrected next year. New York law does not allow the town to knowingly overassess a property owner for 12 months based on admitted administrative oversight. The Board of Assessment Review has explicit legal authority and duty to correct this acknowledged error today. Our second argument involves a severe impairment on the land itself. The assessor has valued the parcels underneath the assumption that they are prime, immediately developable residential building sites. This is a severe legal error. Deerhaven Lane is unmaintained private right-of-way, which I have the agreement here. If you guys would like to see this, my wife just would like the copy back.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
Thank you. Deerhaven Lane is unmaintained private right-of-way. Under New York State Town Law, Section 280-A, Subdivision 1, the town is strictly prohibited from issuing a building permit here. Furthermore, the road suffers from severe physical limitations. It is unmaintained. During the winter months, you absolutely require four-wheel drive vehicle to access the property. For instance, this winter was a bad winter. There was many of my neighbors with two-wheel drive that moved up from the city, and they couldn't get to their own properties because of the snow and unmaintained road. This lack of reliable year-round access creates an absolute roadblock for institutional financing. Traditional banks refuse to issue mortgages on land lacking compliance with town law section 280-A. By ignoring this defect, the assessor is valuing these parcels as if they can be financed easily. In reality, limiting 95% of the market forces a steep cash investor discount, destroying open market values under real property tax law section 305. To be perfectly clear, I would welcome the town to take over the dedication and maintenance of our private road. However, upgrading Deer Haven Lane to municipal standards, this would cost the town millions of dollars. To summarize, in conclusion, the current assessments violate RPTL Real Property Tax Law 305 uniformity, stem from admitted administrative oversight under Real Property Tax Law 502, and ignore statutory building prohibition law under Town Law 280-A. In conclusion, to bring these parcels into immediate compliance, I would request the board to equalize both tracts to a uniform baseline of 2,500 per acre. Tax map ID 68.2-2-40 reduced from 191,000 to 30,500. Tax map ID 68.2-2-15 reduced from 58,000 to 14,500. The statutory rules are absolute and the math cannot be defended. I respectfully ask the board to grant these reductions to make the town's assessed role legally correct. Please be aware that we have built a clear legal record today. If the board cannot fix this clear error, we are fully prepared to take the next legal step and file an Article 7 lawsuit against the town and the New York State Supreme Court. We truly hope to resolve this mistake locally today without forcing the town to spend public tax dollars defending an unequal assessment in court. And I thank you again for your time.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Now, let's get down to the properties that you cited.
Yes, ma'am.
Delgado. I forget what the other parcels, I have their numbers, I don't know who particularly owns them. But do they have access? Are they on Deer Haven Road?
Yes, ma'am.
They are on Deer Haven.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you show me on this map
Yes, ma'am.
where these parcels are? Because they're marked as rear and yours is not. And
Okay.
rear means that they are landlocked.
So if it would be easier for the board, I can pull up the tax map on the town parcel viewer. And
Right.
Which it may not be working.
What do you-
Well, the
not
tax
working.
map,
Oh.
you can get the tax
Right.
map
I
off of it, but the tax map looks
Well,
pretty
this-
much like that.
this is I can show you.
Here, I can pull up the,
Yeah, if you don't mind, I have the exact tax map.
no, but I can pull up the tax map off of that site view
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
app, Ulster County.
Yes.
You are not connected to the internet.
I can pull up a
Can you just show
Yes.
it, if you show it on?
Yeah, show
It'll be
it.
easier, because then we
Yes.
have that as something we can pass around to each other.
Yes, ma'am, that's why I brought it.
Yeah.
And okay, so you asked specifically?
Right,
Mhm.
because they're marked, one of the reasons your assessment is so different is that they're all marked rear property, which means they're landlocked.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not, you're marked as primary and residual, and in part because, I guess at one point there was this building on your site.
That is our home.
Oh, okay, it's
Yes,
still there.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So, just so you're aware,
Listed on, is this a separate parcel then?
there's been some confusion in the past that they have corrected. That
Okay,
And-
you could answer my question though.
I am gonna answer
Okay.
that question. In being said, this, where our house has been since 1973, her father built this A-frame, okay? They had this on 12.2 acres.
Right, they had it on parcel A.
Which was incorrect.
It's not parcel A.
So, I will show you on the map.
Okay,
Okay, so Deer Haven, this is the 12.2.
yeah.
Our house is on 15. This is our house,
Okay,
So
okay?
this is really over here.
This was just a evaluation, so that disregard that, that's not the house,
Okay.
okay? Our driveway that goes through Mr. Delgado's,
okay, so where's Delgado?
so Delgado is right here.
Okay, so he doesn't touch Deer Haven Road.
Well, he doesn't touch Deer Haven Road. Our driveway, our right of way
Right.
was given by Barry. Barry is the old property owner that Mr. Delgado bought the property from. Okay,
Right,
our driveway to our home is not from here.
right,
It connects down here and it runs,
right. I've seen that on the tax map.
yes, and that is a right of way.
That is right, yeah.
Okay. He owns this property. This is the, in matter of fact, it was evaluated at $20,000 for 8.3 acres. 8.3 acres.
Right, where does he get access? I mean, this starts in another person's property.
So can I do something that would even be easier for all of us?
Sure.
And I have I hunt, I'm an avid hunter and fisherman. And this kind of is more accurate because it's GPS and it's relative and it gives names and.
What are you looking at?
Well-
What site?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is huntstand.com.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Is that,
Be looking at the hunt stands on my.
Okay.
I look at everybody's hunt stand. Cause I wanna know where I'm legally allowed. Okay, all right, so this is our 12.2 that I have highlighted in red. Okay, this is Mr. Delgado's right here. Okay, I'm just giving you for reference, if
Right.
that's okay. And then our house is located here.
Right.
Okay, so the properties that we're discussing right now is this 5.8, which is ours, and this 12.2, which is ours, okay? Now,
I can't see because your phones
Oh,
are over them, so.
I'm sorry, can I go over there if that's okay? So I'm not in your, in
But
blocking you?
the question is,
Yes,
where does the right of way start?
the right of way starts at Deer Haven, which I just give you the
Right,
agreement,
I have that.
okay?
Take pictures of it. All right, so it starts at Deer Haven.
Yes,
So, but Delgado's doesn't go to Deer Haven.
okay.
Show me where Delgado is.
Okay, Mr. Delgado is right here
Right, he's the,
and he's right here. He has access from
okay.
Bakertown. From his house, he has access because he owns this property.
Oh,
I didn't mean to move your hand.
that's right. So he has a separate parcel, but he's got access
From both
from Bakertown.
and
Does
Deer,
that make him a
no, and it all,
parcel itself
I
doesn't
don't
have?
mean to cut you off. He also has access through Deer Haven. Because when this deal went down back when her father made the deal with the old owner,
Yeah,
Barry, that is, my wife had has a copy and I can bring it to the board. I can go back to the house and get it. Has a copy of Mr. Delgado's right away.
he has a separate right of way.
He has his own property that goes up.
He's got an adjoining parcel.
Yes, ma'am.
And that gives him access from
From his property,
Bakertown.
but he also
Has
has
a right of way.
a right of way on our specific driveway. Two, he owns on our driveway.
Oh, so the driveway, that's right.
Yes.
I've seen the right of way
Yes,
crosses through
his
Delgado's.
1.7 right there,
Yeah.
right, was traded for this right of way. And this was also part of the deal that, and I have all this paperwork. I have a my wife has a file this big from her father who had passed away young. Who went through all of this, back and forth. Okay, so if you want me to bring that, I can bring that. If
I
that's-
don't know, but Delgado has, so let's go through
Okay,
these other parcels, because they are, again, they're all marked rear,
okay,
which has, which just explains why the properties are so, the values are so different. So
Yes.
Delgado has a right of way, and I have seen that on the tax maps.
yes, and I can
Hold
pull
on, let me,
up on the
because you
Ulster
have to
County,
wait, because I have to,
yeah,
okay, so Delgado is. I don't have names. Delgado is 68224. This is Delgado, he has a right of way.
Delgado's,
Now neighbor 68247. Where's that? Is that? Again, that's,
I'm gonna make this really simple, I'm gonna pull this up on the Ulster County. 5144,
does it have
0.
access to? What I need to know is
Has access.
who has access?
Right.
everybody that I listed on there has access.
How?
How? Through Deer Haven Road.
They're not, but they're not adjoining Deer Haven Road. They're
They-
not located on Deer Haven.
They are absolutely on Deer Haven.
Okay, can you show me, because here, this is the easiest thing, can you show me where they are? Delgado is here. He doesn't touch,
But he has access to the other.
Through
properties.
Bakertown.
Right.
but that's not,
Here.
Access for-
This is the Ulster County website,
no.
and this is what I've been studying for a few weeks now. So I can pull up a map directly. Exactly where we are. This is 6801. Just give me a second to get adjusted
Oh, is
here.
that-
Yeah, it's a bit,
I got that part, I couldn't print it out.
yeah, I couldn't either, and this is why it's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, because,
And it moves around on its own, so you have to find exactly, and then you have to go.
now where's, Deer Haven Road here?
Well, just give me 1 second, and usually I can find it right away, and I should have this prepared, I'm sorry.
This must donate, this must indicate a right of way, or
Yeah, well, if I
is that, maybe that's Deer Haven Road. That might be. I don't know.
No, it's not. Okay, so that's Albert Stevenson. That is Albert, this is where over.
Well, I just remember. Somehow this doesn't show them touching.
Could we ask that he,
Come
on the
back.
parts, on the parts that he had listed,
The
there,
parcels.
the
On these
parcels
Parcels. This
that
is-
indicate on that how they have access? Would that help?
these-
Yes,
These.
all of those have access.
Okay, because they're all,
Okay,
they're all listed as.
I'm trying to get to this right here, so. The other parcel, which is here. Mr. Ryder, that is the one that is listed as, another one that is listed as rear.
Okay, but how does he touch Deer Haven?
That is Deer Haven.
Okay, hold on.
That is to Connie Suter, which is that agreement.
Wait,
Yep,
where is,
Deer Haven is right there. This is a new couple that just bought the house up there.
this is Deer Haven.
Yep, and
Okay.
it continues all the way to Donnie's house, which is right here.
So these have access to Deer Haven.
Absolutely, and I can show you on the map if I can pull it up. And it's right, and it shows a dotted line saying right away. On the,
Could I
Is
ask it
it-
because we are getting a time?
sorry, I'm sorry,
Would you be able to
print this out?
print that out and
Okay.
then show the connections
Yes,
to that? So
absolutely.
if you could do that, and then would you be able to do it and bring it back to us this morning?
I'll go to the library.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay, but
or
that-
if I have a printer here, I could do it here.
I
Uh,
don't think we
print
really
us a
have
copy
access to
of
that.
please.
Okay, no problem. And I'll
Would that work?
and I'll get the agreement actually from Mr. Delgado's as well.
I think we just need to see, you're saying they have access to Deer Haven.
Yes.
But they're, and I can see now, okay, we'll figure it out.
Okay,
Yeah,
from just this map?
no, we gotta.
Oh,
we gotta-
okay,
gotta
okay.
move on,
Perfect,
and
all
we'll
right,
come back. And
Yep,
we'll
no
figure it
problem.
out some more.
Absolutely, thank you for your time, board.
Okay.
No,
And
it's
I
been very
appreciate it.
helpful.
Yes,
Very, very helpful.
yes, I want to.
I'm sorry, is the statement that you read,
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
have a copy? You leave it?
It's on the, it's in the,
It's in the package?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and I can,
You're a very good reader.
thank you, I tried. I'm a little stressed out. My wife being sick and her not coming in today, and she's usually the
Well, you did a great.
better
job.
half. Well, thank you.
Probably did a good job.
My
Thank you.
goodness, I've heard that since my wedding vows,
Oh, man, thank you.
35 years ago.
Ma'am, do I need to get that printed out and come back? for
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
guys?
And if you would just leave it with, at the back here,
Okay,
is that okay with you?
is that okay?
We
Yeah.
need to see
Yes,
how they
access,
touch.
absolutely.
Access is different,
How they touch.
how they, if they touch via a right of way, then we need to know it's a right of way that leads them to Deer Haven.
Yes,
If they're direct, like the one thing you showed me, Deer Haven went through the property.
yes.
Okay.
I will show you all that.
Okay. here we go.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are not connected. Please, okay. All right.
I'm sorry, just before you leave,
Yes.
we have 1 second. Did you want to ask Jeremy his input?
Oh, yes, Jeremy.
So we did speak about the parcels and I did mention that it's possible those may have been misclassified or not correctly changed during the revals. I would have to look into them further, have researched the deeds right of ways and have the county look into those.
So it was the Delgado parcel and those other parcels, the
That's
ones that were
true.
marked rear, those were the ones that were
That I
potentially
would have to look into. Yep.
correct.
But again, I did point out to them that just because somebody's under assessed doesn't give them the right to get assessed.
Okay, all right, thank
Thank
you,
you,
thank you.
thank you,
You're welcome.
thank you. Well, thank you. Thanks. I'll be back.
Okay. Cynthia Tacti,
Yeah, of course.
come on up. We'll have to swear you in first.
Okay. We stand.
I
I just wanted to know.
I haven't figured that out yet either, so,
It means more if you
If you
stand
stand.
when you're swearing.
okay,
That's what I thought, that's why I asked.
okay. Well, now set a new precedent,
Okay,
but you can sit now. Let's see.
okay.
Okay,
You both solemnly affirm and swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so.
Yes.
Good morning.
okay, so,
So if you could start off by telling us, we have,
We have two.
okay, we are gonna start with 150 Ridgeview, is that how you?
The house.
Or do you want to start with?
No, we'll start with the house. That's
Yeah,
good.
that's good.
Yeah, we'll go with you.
Okay, so,
okay,
More expensive.
is 150 the house?
150 is the
120.
house, yes.
oh, I have 124 then, I must just have, no, I must have that. Oh, I'm sorry,
You're 124, right?
I'm 120, that's, doesn't mean we need to. Okay, so we are going 150 Ridgeview, so, okay, so.
So, well, okay, with the way we live, you go up the road, we live on, the mountain goes this way and this way, you know what I'm saying? The roads, we're on the low side of it. It's like our neighbors are here, we're here. So the road goes up. So it's pretty much, we get wetlands coming down the road. Down this way. You know, down the mountain this way, it follows the road down and runs in, we still got a puddle there. I have to dig ditches around the goat pen. All the way down through the yard to drain. You can't really you can't keep maintaining a lawn until it's dry now, it's starting to
Ditches
dry
all
now.
over.
Yeah.
Ditches, you still have ditches.
The-
Her entire lawn is ditches.
Stitches.
Alright, so now like I said, I live up this way. So it's wetlands well, it's not wetland, but it's soggy, you really can't keep a lawn. They have us assessed that the shed, they have two sheds, one's a truck body, it's
Yeah.
like a running shelter for.
Which I believe there you have pictures of.
Yeah, I have seen them.
Yeah,
and I've
And the
seen
others are
them.
dilapidated shed on cinder blocks that we buy, like on 209, they have them with the,
Amish.
but it's really getting replaced, it needs to be replaced, my front deck is gone. Because
That's
I mean,
not-
it's just a wet property.
Right,
And the other shed that you guys have is a truck body
Yeah, I told her.
that holds the
yes,
goats. Okay, I'm sorry.
yes, and we saw that, and we saw the must have been one of the sheds with the siding coming
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
That's the regular shed. It has holes in the roof needs to be replaced. The whole shed needs to be replaced, obviously.
It just holds animal feed, basically, and it's on cinder block.
Okay.
Anyway,
So how would you describe their condition?
The condition of the shed.
Right,
The condition of the shed, it needs to be replaced. The roof, it's got holes in the roof.
and the whole side's.
The whole siding is deteriorated. The cinder blocks are literally going into the ground.
Yeah.
So it would have to be lifted up
so it's
and,
poor.
taken away.
So you'd
It's falling
say-
apart,
You would say it's even worse than poor.
yes.
Yeah.
But that's just the shed she's talking about now.
Well, the other one is a.
Right,
Yes.
I mean, we haven't talked about the house, these are just the.
No,
so
but
the-
it's
Yeah,
talking about the sheds.
Right, but they count, they were all given.
Right.
Right. Following. Okay. So then you do have, wetness.
Yes.
So you
It's
do
dry
have,
enough now,
and then how?
but to
Would
make
you say-
one other point to make the problem worse. In between me and the neighbor, the town ran a culvert pipe. Down from the top
Onto the
part
road.
that goes, and it runs down. And it's supposed to be run like this, they have a gully that they dug out, but
It runs into our
it
property.
runs, anyway, it drips down, yes, it runs slow because it's older. And it kind of runs into the goat pen, so I got the water coming from the goat pen like this. I got a ditch from here to there to come, so it runs away from my house. And then I have to run it from here to here, and then from here to here, because you can't mow up there because it's all wet.
Of the 2.3 acres that make up 150 Richmond, how much of that would you say is wet?
80%.
Well, yeah, because you got the front and then the back slopes down, it goes
Yeah.
straight down into the swamp.
I'm sorry,
Back
what
of the
percent did you
house.
say?
80%.
How much property do you think your house and immediate surroundings that are not wet take up then? You're saying that's only another 20%?
Yeah,
With the ditches a little more maybe. But it's, with the winters, usually by now, I can start mowing it. And it's just,
Leader.
Yeah. Seems to be getting wetter and wetter. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see a wetness code.
We were never told by the owner that it was wet like that.
Yeah.
there's pipes all in the ground, I find out.
Is there anything about the house? I mean, so if you
The
take.
roof
away-
itself needs to be replaced because
It has,
it has,
we
we had something chewing the soffit and tried to get out, I guess, and chewed actually where the plywood is, chewed where I could see the shingle. But it's
Mhm.
not leaking yet, I'm trying to get a new roof done.
and the soffit has been replaced with used pieces,
It's that,
but they're not in great shape either. Because they use used pieces instead of brand new pieces.
Okay, so let us see, the house was described as the normal condition. So you have one kitchen, one full bath, and 2 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And other than the roof, is there anything
and
else?
the deck, we have to replace the side deck, 'cause it's like the third time I replace it. It just rots from the bottom up. collapse.
Okay, so it sounds like wetness is a real.
Yeah, it's a
Really?
serious issue. And
Very
it
big
runs
issue.
down to my backyard. I'm on a slope like that, so it's.
Okay, and you are looking for 250? You want your assessment reduced to 250?
That's what
Lord,
our lawyer has put this together with us, and that's what our lawyer has decided. After going through everything, talking to us, looking at pictures.
Okay. Are there any mistakes on?
yeah, there is, see, that leads into the land, because he,
Okay,
Jeremy showed me, but
why don't
they
we talk
say-
about the land? Cliff, are you, who's on the land?
okay,
Okay.
All right, so you have,
That's the house, but this is in the deed, there's a right of way to that back land. In our deed.
Right.
So here's our house. Right here, here's our driveway. So on this side of the driveway, well, into the driveway, there's a right of way to go back to that
yeah,
back
we
land.
cut off our, cut
We cut
off
off-
corner of our back.
the corner of our backyard. And that's the only way to get in there. That's why our lawyer, at the time of our closing, put in there the right way, because there was no other way at that
Because
time.
when we bought it, the guy offered us 2.39 from stone wall to stone wall. Or he'd give us a deal if we cut off part of it, it would be just under 2 acres. I wanted most I could get, so I said I want to go from stone to stone. And that's why Ed Carroll, who was the lawyer, said we weren't gonna do the deal on the house, because we didn't buy that property at first, we were just buying the house. And he said we had to have exclusive right of way on this side. Or the deal was off, so they put it in our deed. So we went wall to walls 2.39 acres, but he showed me on the county map, they say I have a road that goes down, and that's how I found the culvert that leads into my, that goes down the side of my property,
That's our house property.
but that's our property. We didn't even, we ended up buying the house, the property 5 acres, almost a
A
year.
year later.
Yeah, because they were going through a divorce, so he offered it to me for 8,000.
8,500.
So, you know, I mean, if we bought this acres, it's 2.39 from here to here. And they're saying we have 5 acres back here. This part that you're talking about would be road front. Not only was a drop like this that would cost, I don't know how many thousands of dollars to put in. But it's part of our 2.39 acres. That's what we bought originally. We didn't buy the 5 acres until a year later when he was going through a divorce. So you can't say it's 2.39 from here to here. But this roadway, it's access. When it's, I'd have to cut through my goat pen. We bought it as this much, 2.39. There was no roadway. That's why the guy offered us less. He would have put the roadway in there. But we bought it, like I said, not planning on buying that. We just bought it and then he offered it to us, so we bought it. And that road, we own the exclusive rights to the right of way.
Right, so when we had our,
They'll
bought the
have
house, they had to have the right of way put in, because there was no other way to get to this back.
Okay, let me see if I understand this. So you have the home,
Right.
Right,
the home has something in there that says you must give right away to this other piece of
Yes.
property,
Which
which you
I
never
have.
owned before, but now, oh,
Right,
Right.
yeah.
okay.
We didn't plan on buying it. The guy
Right,
just
right,
offered
right.
it
I'm
to
just
us.
trying to understand the situation right now.
Mhm.
But I
So if
understand,
you were to sell your home, it has that right of way as
Correct.
part of it that would go
Correct.
along with it.
Correct.
and
Any questions?
the two properties, are they contiguous? Do they?
They're back to back.
yeah,
So you could sell the whole thing if you wanted to, right?
yeah, so.
I mean, I thought we'd have to sell it in 2 parcels.
That's another thing.
It's not, they're not one whole parcel.
Right, you
Right.
can always
You can-
do a
you
lot
can do
line revision.
What,
A lot line revision.
what's that?
You move the lines so that you incorporate both properties.
You can get the two properties put together as one.
Oh, okay,
And you
that's interesting.
you're
to
selling
know.
Yeah.
about 8 acres or.
We don't want to sell.
Yeah, we were saying it was,
We wanna stay.
but also it was classified wrong back acres because. This is our neighbor on the same side of us and another neighbor, and we're here. This is the 5 acres, right? Wetlands.
Are we
No.
not wells?
Did you happen to look on the map to see if it was classified as wetlands?
Okay.
Jeremy looked first, he said no.
It's not.
It's not.
But here's another situation, which our lawyer found out, of our 5.2 acres back there. 2 acres are considered undeveloped land, 3.2 acres as residual. Well, how did they come up with that? Because it's all undeveloped land.
It's, and the way they do it there, it splits it up.
Right.
Making it more value. Which is unfair, it's like, and it should be wetland.
But map technically does not show
Yeah,
it as
technically
wetlands.
don't show, see, there was,
Influence codes.
Right, but I'm just trying to.
we went
understand.
to, the last grievance thing, there was a guy here, he's on the board now, he looks a little oriental, I'm not sure of his name. I don't mean to be mean or not, but he even admitted, because I got the same rocks here in Swamp that they got on both sides. They were, at the time, they was assessing us, this is way back. What was it? What were they assessing us?
Was working at the real estate office. He was, the guy across the street from us was paying 2,000 an
He was
acre.
assessed at,
So he was paying at 2,000 an acre.
and so,
We were paying at 11,000 an acre, which
so,
Does that work?
I mean, we haven't done nothing, it's just same
I
swamp.
got I was able to
Sure.
reduce.
Jeremy, do you have anything you want to add?
As regards to the house, from what I'm hearing there, sounds like some adjustment is warranted there.
Okay,
So recommend some that would go under the house parcel. The 5 acre parcel, I did make an adjustment when we met back in March or April there, but a negative influence because of wetness on there. Brought the market value down to 94,000.
I'm sorry, brought it down to, say that again.
Yeah, the influence code has a 50% effect on the land because of wetness.
Correct.
In the single part, in the separate parcel, the 5 point whatever it was.
But how do you come up with the 2 different acreage of 2 as undeveloped and 3.2?
So what happens is when they look at a vacant land and they look at your zoning, you're zoned for 2 acres. So they set aside 2 acres as undeveloped because it has potential of being developed as a house site. That's why they set aside those 2 acres, because it could be used to build a house. And then the remaining, because you're in 2 acre zoning, so you only need 2 acres to build a house. The remaining land then becomes residual.
Okay, there's no way you can build a
Yeah,
house
because
back there.
if you go from the.
But what it does is
house-
it leaves that opportunity
Okay,
so that it could be sold like that.
And you're saying there's no way.
Yeah, because from my house, from the
It would be
backyard,
a
on
swamp.
the side where the road's supposed to go down. It actually, the water will come up. It's all wet, you know, it goes down, so it's wet, it runs from the front yard all the
you're not
way.
a picture showing the back
And
of the
goes
land.
right down.
Streams going through it.
They slow down, I mean, now they're real slow, they're slow, you know, they're slowed down, but. You can't. I mean, you could, but it would cost a lot of money.
Right, right. Okay, anything else, Jeremy? Okay, thank you for coming in. We will take it into consideration. You'll hear something by July 1st.
Okay. All right, thank you.
It's fine.
Oh, you've got there.
Yeah.
Oh, and I loved your goats.
You like our goat?
I saw the picture of one. He's cute.
Yeah, that was Elsa.
Oh, she,
She's
don't tell her I
beautiful. She's a good girl. Thank you.
Okay. Next one. Mr. Dow?
Yeah.
Come on down. We have to swear you in first.
Yes,
So
sure.
if you will stand there, we'll set a new precedent.
Sure.
Solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately to the weight of your ability. So.
I do. Sure.
And let me tell you, I have a little deja vu when I saw your pictures
Aw.
as an old pizza place.
Yes, yes. We actually visited it, my husband and I visited it long before we ever were even married. When it was a pizza place, so yeah, definitely. Could you just?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, this is G 122. Okay, so why don't you go ahead and tell us what you're here for?
Sure, so,
I'm sorry. She did, she was sworn. Yes.
I did, I'm sworn.
You're sworn.
The assessment, the primary, preliminary assessment value was 715,000. And so I really only brought forward one comp, which is, I mean, I didn't think I needed more. It's the property that abuts my property, which sold in November of 2025. It's 297 Schwabe Turnpike. If it is supposed to be representative of the value of the property in June or July, right, of 2025, that's the idea. So that property, that abuts my property, very comparable, house wise, it's 2,300 square foot minus 27, so a little larger, but not significantly. That house was completely redone. It has, you know, obviously updated kitchens and bathrooms and open floor plan, all the beautiful things that people expect of properties these days. My house, not so much. It's a center hall colonial, so never gonna be an open floor plan. It's unless someone wants to put in a lot of money.
Open a pizza place.
In the garage, yeah, in the garage, yeah.
I'm sorry.
That comparable property also has a garage, although detached, similar in size, but detached. Some people think that's higher value, some don't, whatever. I think the only significant difference in buildings is that we do have one outbuilding, it's 6 by 12. There were some other buildings noted on the reporting, however, they're actually trailers, movable, registered, licensed.
I saw your note there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we only have one outbuilding at 6 by 12. But the noticeable difference in the properties is our property is 2.7, 2.8 acres. Their property is 17. And it sold for $620,000. So I am trying to understand who might want to spend $100,000 more than that on a much smaller acreage for a very similar property. So some other differences, right? We do have a pool, but they have a pond.
Right.
Um,
Is it in-ground pool?
It
or
is an
up-
in-ground, yeah. So aside from that, that's pretty much the basis for the conversation.
Okay. Great. I think it matches very much with what you had in here. Jeremy, was there anything you wanted to add?
So I did take a look at this one and reran comps, so we're looking crazy with what was generated
Right.
initially. Coming up to 570.
Would accept that.
Well, we can't offer it yet.
But that would be, that's aligned with what we thought, right? So that's much more aligned. So,
But you will hear officially,
perfect.
by July 1st.
Perfect. That was easy.
Thank you for coming in.
Thanks all. Have a good day.
Okay. It's not 12 is it?
No, it's a fire.
Okay, since we have some time, I would like, Jeremy, do you think you could run through some of the ones we have not scheduled? So that we can get those in the record, if we go back, are you? What?
Just real quickly though, can you just repeat the amount that you recommended on the TACT?
5, on tacti.
TACT?
I would recommend, on the.
Oh, no,
On the 5 acre parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but came up to 94,000 for the wetness.
a 94 on the vacant. Okay, I'm sorry, I just.
That
couldn't-
was which, 124, 125?
That was 125. You said something and I just couldn't write fast. Is that what's already?
I'm sorry, was you already reduced it to that much, or you're now recommending a further reduction?
It was actually reduced to that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see.
Okay,
Yes, it was
Yeah.
reduced.
that's right.
So you're
Already done.
recommending no change then?
Right. Back in March or April that we met, so I don't
Right.
think I have to do a step or anything.
Okay, so if we can use this time just to try to run through your recommendations on some of the parcels where people have not been in attendance.
Right, let me just start with the.
And if we can start with G1,
The 10 o'clock one did just arrive.
I'm sorry,
The 10 o'clock just got.
just arrived. Is he coming in?
They're gonna be walking in.
Okay. She must have eyes in that.
It was right there on the side there. She can see from where she's sitting. Okay, let's just go ahead. Okay, if you'd like to come on up, we're a little early.
Gone in.
A little early.
You're ready for us. We're
We
ready for
are.
you.
If you want to come up, we'll need to swear you in first.
Of course. I've done this a few times. Not your side of it, but with the zoning board.
Right, if you'll stand up, please, and
Yes.
swear yourself in.
What do we do?
You solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so. Yes.
Yes, we do. I do. I'm Beatrice Haugen, you, and this is my son Clayton Haugen.
Son,
Yes,
and the other owner.
that is correct. Your Honor, how are you today?
I'm well.
Unfortunately, on the
Still chewing up my,
listing,
People.
it
Yeah.
only lists
No,
me,
I
but
got-
it's supposed to actually list.
Everything.
Excuse me, I think you just trying to. Go ahead, sorry.
What I said was the listing only shows myself as on the property owner. But in fact, it should list both of us, so.
I thought both of them were on the list. It's okay.
Oh,
you
well,
just get it.
I should say, I went by parcel viewer, it shows it on parcel viewers, my ownership, but it's not.
Okay,
You.
so. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you missing a member? Do you want to?
No, we're not. We're waiting. There are 3 of us today.
Oh, okay, very good. All right, do you have in front of you the folders that should have been given to you by the secretary?
Yes, but if you would go ahead and present your case, that would be nice.
Okay, I just was gonna hope that you follow.
Or
It's
this is G 121.
No, she said.
Were they sworn?
Yes, they were sworn in.
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Okay. We are looking at the property on 191 Sampsonville Road. It's descriptive is 311 residential vacant land.
Let's see, Richard.
The acreage is 1.7 acres of residential land. This land is residual to the house property. Okay. And with that being said, we have a tentative adjustment on the tentative roll of $8,500. We are respectfully asking for consideration that this be lowered based on the specific conditions that they are.
Was it prior to that?
I think it
Was
was
it reduced from?
from
Yes, you said. it.
17,000,
Okay, so it's already been cut in here.
correct?
Okay.
Okay, I'm a little confused because that's not on the 524. It's what made me hesitate. No point do we have to list that on the 524.
But we are having a discussion on the property. That's why you're here.
That is true. Okay. The water mitigation, there's great drainage issues on there. They are as a result of persistent, there's persistent standing water and ongoing drainage issues. It limits the property's functionability and reduces the potential development opportunities, and it has increased the maintenance responsibilities on the property. The source of drainage is through no fault of our own. It is external and environmental factors beyond our control. And for proof of this damage or further evidence, if you will, of this damage, for better wording, the planning board chair and one member came because of the result of the 50,000 square foot building being put on the property at the top of the hill, which is owned by Bronxton LLC. And with that large size of building, it was determined that that would cover the acreage of 1 acre, tripping or triggering the need for a SWIP, which is a stormwater pollution prevention plan. And that has been asked for by the planning board as part of seeker. And it has been determined that drainage abatement is necessary because it currently all of the stormwater runs. And they have buildings up there in excess of the prior footprint, right on the contiguous property edge, which has caused more drainage over the past 2 years. This further problem with the drainage of this contiguous uphill property, an increase in land coverage by future buildings. The drainage will increase exponentially, rendering this property unsuitable for residential use. You won't be able to perk a septic. You'd have to put it in above ground. I don't know what all else you would have to do, but it's very bad. I can't mow it. I'm pushing water as I mow. As I stated, this parcel is separate from the house. This lot is not equivalent to a 1 acre standard lot. The lack of road frontage and access affects access and marketability, and in Ulster County, this parcel could fall into limited access, below average, and utility restricted property. If this property were to be sold separately, there would be a need to purchase a right-of-way in one of the contiguous properties. Due to the setbacks, this right-of-way is not attainable through 191 Sampsonville Road. There has been no inspection by the town assessor. I'm sure he assumed this was average land. He did not account for the drainage until I went in to speak to him, at which point you know the figures now. And what we want you to know is that this uphill drainage is beyond our control, which makes it, that is one of the reasons we are here seeking a lower assessment. And the lack of road frontage. This parcel, I can't find a parcel that's comparable. I can't. I don't know of any uphill properties that have an uphill expansion of use like Kerhonkson LLC. If I could find one, I'd be happy to share it with you, but I cannot. So in summing up some of this, we still feel that the 8,500 overstates the property's market value. And we have given you a figure of 3294.
How did you come up with that figure?
Would you like to?
I would love to expand on that. The number was developed based on the 53% evaluation to bring it to its full 100% evaluation. Now, when you say it was lowered from 17, it was actually raised from the original number to meet the 17,000. So the original number, if we were to compound it to that 100%, would be the 3,000. I don't have the number.
3294. It started at 1696.
Which was the original assessment number, and then raised to that. The other thing I want.
Market value.
What's
Yes,
that?
The original market.
The original.
that's correct.
Now, the other thing to keep in mind with that property is with the amount of wetland that consumes the property, which would be about half of the property, the way that half is divided with the wetland, it wouldn't allow for any residential expansion anyway into that wetland because it wouldn't meet the necessary setbacks for construction. The property, not only is it restrained by the inability to purchase a right of way, is simply because any of the property lines where the houses sit on the surrounding properties sit without the ability to construct another driveway to get to that property. So in other words, it's surrounded by housing, which would allow for the right of way to get into the house, other than through, which would be the Kerhonkson LLC property, which would be down. That's hotel versus residential property. That's why it makes this more of a residual value, simply because it's only of use to one
You mean it's a
ninety-one.
rear value,
What's that?
a rear value.
Yeah, okay, rear, or I considered it residual because it's only usable by the person that's at 191.
Right, but and you have access to it. Could you, you're saying the surrounding properties couldn't grant access, could you grant access?
No, we couldn't as well, because we don't have the setbacks, because the non-conforming pre-structure on there, we wouldn't be
Pre-existing
able,
non-conforming
right,
use.
wouldn't be able to get the driveways on either side of the house from 191 or from Sampsonville Road.
Let me ask this another way. So you're saying the only way you could sell that property was if it would be sold with your house?
It would be sold with the house, that's
As part
correct,
of the house.
as part of the property.
So as a standalone parcel,
It's standalone, and that's why,
and as a standalone, it has no.
Right.
access.
Right.
exactly.
So I understand, the property's behind your house
Yes,
and it's sort of a narrow, your house is on a narrow property and there's not enough room on either side.
that's correct. The driveway, if you look, unfortunately, we have to account for parcel viewer.
Pictures.
Yeah.
You would like.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
okay.
shows that the driveway is actually a very narrow driveway, goes between a set of hedges, telephone pole from Central Hudson, and then goes past the house. There's not even enough room there's not even barely enough room for one car as it is with the pre-existing driveway. So in order to gain access to that, you would actually have to go through that with that driveway, turn, go around the garage that's there, and then you would be able to gain access to that property. All of the other houses, the same thing. Every house has a narrow driveway or a garage that blocks the end of that driveway. Great, and I can explain.
Oh, please don't.
I have to. It's
Knock
official.
yourself out.
I will. It's a
Appreciate you
respected
taking
title.
time.
I know, and I appreciate it, and it is. I wear it.
I know.
In my courtroom. All right.
Jeremy, did you have anything else you would like to add?
I believe we just have it specified as residual land, 50% wetness influence on there, so it's not being considered as a buildable lot.
You did have it as the 50%, the wetland, because I don't know if it's.
Wetness influence.
Yeah, that's that half.
That was your estimate also.
Yeah, yep, that was the comfortable estimate. And unfortunately, in your, the wet of spring, sometimes it might creep over a little more. Or heavy rainfall in the summer might get
We all
severe.
know it.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, for 2 generations, we've been trying to navigate the water around the house. As a result of those heavy rainfalls, you'll see ditches that kind of grow in, get mowed and fill in, then have to be dug again. And her basement is constantly running with water. I've replaced the sump pump in her
But it's
basement
much
a dozen
worse.
times. And it gets really severe.
2 years, it's gotten much worse. We used to be able to play baseball. If you could picture me playing baseball. We
Not
used to
anymore.
play baseball in the field.
Everybody's place has changed.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Like,
It has.
okay, there's nothing else? Thank you.
That's it. I have a question for you.
You will keep by July.
That's what you'll hear by July 1st. Okay, because the legal notice was published yesterday that said you weren't meeting until the 2nd. There's a legal notice published June.
No, you mean, I'm sorry, by July 1st, you will receive something in the mail that indicates what our decision. is.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question is how will we be notified? Will we be
Yes,
notified?
in the mail.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate you guys.
Good to see you.
Long time.
Excuse me?
It's been a long time.
Yes, it has. Well, in your other capacity, I don't want to see.
No one wants to see me.
Jeremy.
Right. Okay, so we do have 10 minutes before the next meeting. So you Okay, so it's being defined. I think it's fine.
So it has, it has.
Jeremy, could you run through for us? And we need our official minute taker right here. We need our minute taker. We need our minute taker. Woo-hoo. It's gonna run through the ones that are outstanding. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't have access. What is the what?
There should be a guest.
Then you have to end up trying to get the community center.
We don't have any. We have this one.
No.
No way I can open this up. All right.
Okay. So if you could run through, starting with G1.
Okay, 448 Towpath Road. This one is a multiple residence property. Site one is a two-story house built in 1880. We have an effective year build of 1990. Showing fair condition with a covered porch, a 270 square foot barn on 5.9 acres. Site one is being valued at 336. We have site two, a 1935 built, 504 square foot cottage, an average normal condition, with a covered porch being valued at 100,000. And site number three is a 1945 built, 456 square foot cottage, an average normal condition, going to be valued at 100,000. So take the 336 and then two 100s, the total of the 536. The property transferred on 9/14/2023 for 272,500, which was not an arm's length transaction.
It was, sorry, say that again.
It was not an arm's length transaction. It was a
Okay.
transfer between relatives. One of the buyers was also the seller. My notes are the property owner probably did not respond to the property data mailer back in October, as it appears that some of our data is incorrect. They're saying that these are year-round rentals while we have them as seasonal cottages. So could not be assessed as an income-producing property when it is classified as seasonal residences. Multiple multi-family residents are done on the income approach there. So I reached out to the property owner to do inspection on 5/13/2026, but due to the time constraints, and I think by the time he contacted us back, didn't have any time to get inspection done before the stay.
And so do you have a recommendation based on it?
Again, like data might be wrong, so really inspection would be the best thing, otherwise I would recommend no reduction.
Okay. And you will provide us written copies on all of these, is that correct?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, G2, do you have anything on that one?
Don't have anything for G2. G3 have subject is a 6.8 vacant parcel. With no topography or wetness issues that I know of that are noted. And unless there's something I don't know of, I'd recommend no reduction.
Next one you have is,
The next one would be G5. Subject is a 904 square foot cottage built in 1973 on 6.3 acres of land. And I have the comp sheet attached here, coming out around 325,000.
and I'm sorry, what was it previously?
Don't
You have it there?
figured there.
Okay.
Sure. Attach that to this one.
Which, what are we talking about?
G5, yeah. Right now it's G.
G6, but I do have the G7 here.
Okay,
This one is a 1965 built ranch, 2,171 square feet of living space in fair condition on 65.1 acres of land. Barns and sheds in poor condition. After reviewing the tentative assessment property data, applying some wetness influence on the land, coming up with a land value of 465,900. The market value of 735, all of that.
okay, do you want to do one more and then we'll stop?
G8. This one is a 1.7 story contemporary style house with 2,186 square feet, 4.5 acres. That's good quality construction, average condition. And have some comp sheets attached showing range of value of 965 to 1,068,500.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the last portion? 1,000,000.
Comp sheets attached with the value range of 965 to 1,068,500.
Okay. Okay, O'Sullivan,
Yes.
come on up.
Thank you.
Okay, you may have to bring one more chair.
Yeah. And we're doing two properties at once, so sorry.
Okay, so we are, and before you sit down, we swear you in. And 127 and 128. Okay,
Do you all solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so?
Yes, we swear.
Oh, so let's see. The first property would start with 120. We're calling it 127. It's the 74 Wood Road.
Yes. Right.
Yes. And looks like it's well, tell us about it, because I've got my own impression, but I want to hear directly from you.
It's not necessarily our properties themselves, it's the access to our properties. Wood Road is not actually a road. Wood Road is like a lane that runs through
A dead end.
25,
Dead
dead
end
end
lane.
lane, dead ends with
So
us.
one end.
It runs through 25 and 63. 25 and 60.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it, just stop for 1 second, Jay.
Okay.
This is not a new thing. This is going back before Howard Lippman was the supervisor. This is going way back. And it's just, it doesn't go away. It's just on and on.
what is it?
Code enforcement.
It is
goes
these
black.
photos I have here, but this, and what we have to drive through every day on both sides of the vehicle, 5 feet from the vehicle. So it's not a real road, it's just a lane. And we have complained and filed
Through code enforcement for years.
and been told that something be
And
done.
have not received responses from code enforcement. We're gonna resume
met
that
the new guy,
process. We
and-
met the new guy. We're gonna resume that process. However,
Right now, to understand before you go on,
Okay.
you're talking about your access to your
Yes,
houses.
right,
Having to go through this.
yes,
Okay,
And it's on
Just
both
walk-
sides of the lane. And within 5 to 7 feet of the car, there are car parks.
and it runs
And the
4/10 of a mile. And it's not a junkyard. It's more like a debris field. In a junkyard, you have
Would be
organization.
organized. This
You
is
have
not.
cars, you have tires, you have whatever part. This is multiple businesses operating out of 25. I think
63.
63 Wood Road. There's excavation equipment, there's oil tanks, there's engines, there's race cars, there's excavation equipment, there's a dump truck. Sorry,
Are these all one property?
this is on one
It's
property.
two properties.
The stuff that I'm
25 and
referencing is on
63.
25 specifically. There's other,
63.
what I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
We can talk about 63 also,
But it's-
but all of that is on 25.
Okay, so
No.
it's dump trucks.
Abandoned vehicles. Car parts, engines.
And
Trash.
listen, normally we have that in Accord. It's understandable. There's properties that aren't maintained, so on. this is beyond regular homeowner not maintaining property. There's businesses going on there. There's environmental issues in there. There's oil probably leaking. There's from engines that are on the property, from the car repairs they do on the property. They do a tree business where they bring in wood, not just chop, they've denuded all the wood on the property, but they're bringing in wood with likely has invasive species on it. And then they process the wood on the property as a business and sell it. And they do that all winter long. And they're working on excavation, and we'll share the pictures with you,
Okay.
but that's 20, and the people have come down the road and they're intimidated.
When you
By
say
the owners.
process, you mean like they plane it, they take it?
No, they cuts trees down, you know, someone has dead ash, cuts them down, brings the dead ash over. They'll dig out the barberry bushes, bring that over and just stack it there, and every now and then they'll burn it or bury it in the ground.
Are they
And-
bringing in logs?
Yes.
Yes.
Log lengths for firewood for processing and just jump. I mean, it's just ongoing.
And about your own property, your
Yes.
houses themselves.
Well, hold on, because
Go ahead.
I'm also focusing on influence codes.
Right, right.
This is very important, so I don't. want
Okay,
cut that
once
off.
you get. Did you want more?
Yeah.
You want to hear
I
more?
just, I want to hear everything.
Okay.
Because I would like to see the this.
So the property has been in their family since his parents bought it in the sixties, okay? This was not there then. This has happened like in the eighties, one of the trailers was put in and then, you know, added on to, and actually sixty-three. And
there's some-
there's fairly decent until right around COVID, and that's when it just went really just awry.
We
And
complained in 23, we followed up in 24, 25, we have.
we sent
did that.
photos, we sent
All right, so
letters.
let's.
Separate
focus On, so your road has to go through this, and it looks, you're right, worse than a junkyard.
And it's not, and,
Why don't you leave this with us?
yeah,
Okay.
and it's
Back
not,
or, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah, you can keep those.
You can keep those.
and it's not like there's a setback off the lane where stuff
Does it
occurs.
impede your travel? lane?
Yes,
Sometimes it does.
Sometimes it does.
And we're told we should call the constable or whatever if that happens.
And it's like whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Okay,
Because they run I guess the vehicles to the car races. And they'll pull out the trailer and the cars and leave them in the road and.
okay,
which
so,
is fine, that's fine. You want to do, that'd be fine.
That's fine.
But.
so in terms of, property values.
Mhm.
If we look at. If your land is valued at 130, and I'm not looking at 74 Wood Road,
Right.
and the total assessed value is 500,000. Is there anything about the, putting aside the land value, is there any other things we should consider in looking at the house or the property value?
Well, the structure was their parents and it has not been updated since probably the seventies. I mean, it's got the. I mean, it's totally like stepping back in time.
It's a cabin built in the 30s,
Yeah.
basically.
They did an addition to in the seventies and
And back to the land, yes, there's whatever, 5 point whatever acres. 4 of them, maybe 3.5 are usable, the rest are. They're
Hillside.
lots, and it's firewood, that's all you can really do.
Okay.
So
Right.
on I'm sorry, on 74 Wood Road,
Right, is the.
most
house
of the
being
land is
used?
not usable. It's on a map.
That's what you
mountain.
said.
Okay.
Just said that.
Oh, it's, well, you said it has trees. Trees can be cut down, as you know, from your neighbor. Is there something else about the land that?
Well, it's-
No,
it's
you
really
can't
steep.
develop, you
It's
can't.
not, you can't develop it.
you
It's not.
can't, you have to switch back to get up the hill. It's,
What about,
So you have.
there's only about 2 acres up there.
Well, you can get up and down with a bulldozer.
what about the?
Okay, but,
You can't get down with a car. Yeah.
and that's how much of the,
At least 2 acres, probably 3.
Like three.
now, the house, is anybody living in the house? I see it takes with wood.
Yeah,
We are there for, yes,
part-time.
We're part-time.
we're,
Jay and I live there part-time.
yeah, we're 2 or 3 months out of here.
Okay, so is it seasonal?
I'm
It's
sorry?
seasonal.
Seasonal, do you
Yeah.
go in the winter?
Sometimes
We
we
make
do.
him in, yeah, we make them in,
Yeah.
the winter for a couple of weeks, but yeah. We were here last November.
So it's all year round.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
insulated?
Yes,
It needs updating.
poorly insulated.
No,
How about
there's
that?
no insulation. No,
40
I saw
years of
it.
mice
There's
and
nothing there.
squirrels.
Mice and
No.
squirrels and from 1938, but yeah.
Okay, and. All right, but otherwise, do you have any other heat other than wood?
Has oil heat.
Oh, so-
Yeah.
all right,
Is there a one-car garage, two storage buildings, one else housing, is that?
There's a one-car garage and then, yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
It's-
And it's one car garage for a very small vehicle.
it can be-
It's an 8-foot garage. From the fifth.
I
I'd like to back in, but.
do have a question about. This one picture. It's like a gray building. I don't know what that is.
That's a chicken coop, the
Yeah.
chicken brooder.
That was a chicken coop.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then the red garage, that is not theirs. That is mine.
Okay, the red.
It's
right.
different property.
But this is the
Yeah.
chicken brooder.
Yes.
What's in front? It looks like it's like, open and falling apart. I can't tell the position.
Oh, that's just, in the back of it's a small lean-to shed,
Okay.
just, for an old tractor.
Okay.
Listed as a Cape Cod on the tax record.
You got the
Oh,
wrong
that-
property, that's mine.
Oh,
This is a Cape Cod.
sorry.
That's 69.
Okay, so. All right, so I think, would you like to be heard separately on 127, or do you want to do 127? Okay, so then let's move on to
28.
69 Wood Road.
Yes.
Okay,
That's the one with the. It's 1 acres,
Yep,
2 bed, 1.5 bath.
yep,
All right, let's talk about that.
and the garage.
yes.
Keeping on your.
The red garage that was originally built back when it was, Howard Anderson had it, so, I don't know, 40 years, 50 years. Anyway, that's, I built that in 93 myself, 94, moved in. Everything was fine and dandy except for the junkyard next door, and that was in the process of getting cleaned up. And then, it stopped getting cleaned up and became worse and worse and worse, and I've gone through the grievance. I think this would be the 5th or 6th time in the last 25 years. So it's an ongoing, and I've always heard we got a new code enforcement coming in. They're great for some, and it gets cleaned up and then it reverts back to the way it was.
Is the junkyard, which,
It was
is it
really,
adjacent
It's adjacent.
It's adjacent.
Yeah, adjacent to his
to
property.
your property?
Yes.
That's
that's the one we're talking about on.
63. The
It's
one-
actually adjacent to both properties because
Oh.
on one side of the road, it's Michael's, and on the other side of the road, it's ours. Both of them are adjacent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but right now we're talking about 69.
Correct.
Adjacent to. The properties. Let's see, you have 2 acres primary, and 4.10 acres residual. Anything special about the property? Other than the junkyard?
I don't have a junkyard.
I mean, no, no.
I can add one if that's the motif.
Adjacent.
It's always changed. It's not bound by one's neighbors.
I'm all for clearing and make it nice. Anything special about it?
Is it wet? Is it?
Yeah, it's clay, wet, it retains a lot of
Clay,
moisture.
that's carboxylate.
Yeah, and the rock.
Right,
Yeah, I can't get into clay because of the rocks.
You had to put a spoon in the ground, you get 2 rocks and a half a spoon of clay.
Right.
And then the back portion of it, I had to fight with the county because there's a small stream down there, brook, and that they're saying that I flood, my property floods, which it does, that bottom 100 feet does. But
No, there's, like, there's, we're on a hill and the back portion, 2 acres or whatever. Not sure the exact,
Hillside.
it's, it's under, steer paths and what have you.
Is it steep or is?
Yes, extremely, yes, you need a bulldozer to get down. Or,
Or like a heart rate of coming up.
yes.
Great area.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it would be if we didn't, we go through it.
It's all okay.
We're not,
You're asking 280? That was the thing, would be the right assessment.
That was me, 280.
Right. Is there anything about the, other than what you described, as most of the buildings, were built in 1994? The
That was
wood
the-
shed, an old barn,
Yeah. The garage was there when I got the land from my parents. We got it to a tax sale. And in 1984, I think it was.
and is there, you said you built a garage?
I built the house
Oh, you built a house
and I went there. I built that, yes,
in 1994.
yes. 93, 90. It's myself.
Now it's, you checked car, it's 1 bath, 1.5 baths, 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, and the basement's partially finished. So it's still done.
So what in particular is driving your assessed value down
My-
to 280? Yeah. what is
Mine,
it?
it's just, if I want to try to sell it, I'm not gonna get what they're saying. I mean, I
But why?
understand. Uh,
What is it about the property?
My property's fine. It's just going past the other 2 properties that you can't
It's-
avoid to get to it.
that you
And-
think that it cuts the value? of the
Absolutely,
property?
yes. There's no alternative to go around. There's an absolute one dead end road that you must pass. And Accord, you have options on most other streets.
Yeah.
So that is the issue, and I would encourage anyone to drive up.
We've
Firsthand.
But it's intimidating.
It's good though, if you can just make it past the gauntlet.
But I do like you, I still do like you.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
different way. If that entryway would change, would you be comfortable with your assessment?
At 563?
Yes,
We would
No.
probably that high.
No, I think that's too high.
But
We don't have a 560.
That was the original
the original, the
Okay.
letter we received in the mail was
I
563.
think we're 500 now.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
at 500.
right. Okay, so it really,
So-
the main issue really
Is that,
Yeah.
is the inability to, if you wanted to sell it right now,
Right,
it would not be,
right.
Very
But secondly, the house, absent that,
right,
the one that we live in,
right.
the land, like you said, is probably 130. The house is a cabin, which is maybe
couple hundred thousand.
a couple hundred, so
It's a-
2 and 130, maybe 250 or something like
That
that.
to deal with. Yeah.
That's probably what the value of
I'm
that
sorry,
would be.
tell me which one you are again.
I'm
74.
74,
Okay.
yes,
So 74, you think would be.
somewhere in that,
Like 350 to 400 if everything was a perfect world. Yeah.
Right, well, your
Far.
grievance, you're looking for 160,000. You're looking for it to be reduced to 160,000.
given where it is,
Yeah, and
yes.
given its age, condition.
If that
Right.
issue was gone, whole different scenario, I wouldn't be here. I would probably have done this and got this resolved already.
Jeremy, you have anything to add?
So what this week we've done, week or so ago, different consideration of location. I was coming up at the time with 74 Wood Road, G127, it's coming up with 445, I had made an offer. Hearing a little more about how the condition of the house is, it sounds like that could probably be maybe adjusted down a little bit further as well.
I'm sorry, which one is this? You said
127.
74.
The older little
76.
cabin there,
127, your case number.
The address, please.
74 Wood Road.
74. Okay.
And then for 69 Wood, I made an offer of 440 for that.
Okay, we will be reviewing these. You will hear something in the mail from us by July 1st.
You guys gonna take a drive up?
I'll
If you
try
want, I
to-
would prefer to do that, than to have to sit and go through all these. I
You're
mean,
getting that.
even going through all that.
Come over for tea, how about
Come
that?
over, go make some tea.
Or something harder if you want it. I've been 25 years, but I remember it.
Yeah,
It was a beautiful road.
Yeah.
Honestly, we.
At one time.
It was gorgeous, so it's a shame.
yeah.
So we're not putting you up by taking the pictures.
You can have them.
Come on the wall.
I wish we could have those forever.
Do you want me to drop them off at the,
No,
No,
the code enforcers?
Oh,
office?
He'll be getting a roll.
he's gonna get his own set.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your attention. It's-
Okay, Mr. Ward. Just come on up.
Come on.
And we're gonna swear you in.
Uh-oh, do I need to stand for that?
We've been doing that. And you got a nice strong posture there.
Or do you solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability? So.
I do,
Okay, now you may have a seat.
thank you.
So why don't you tell us about your property?
Um. It's 9.3 acres. It has a manufactured home with an addition. And a 3-bay garage on it as well. There's a lot of water, if I go down through, it's in a low spot in a valley. I have Scroon Hill Road up on the backside of the property. I have Schwabe Turnpike up on the upper end of the property, both are higher. So I end up with water down across the whole entire, a good chunk of the property, probably about a third of the property has water that runs across it on a regular
I'm
basis.
sorry, you said a third?
About a third, yep. And I did give copies of a topographical map. And then, so again, because I can't, you know, those areas that are wet like that, there's nothing that I can do with any of them. So there's always, you know, that's an issue. It runs down across the property. So, and I did also supply pictures, photographs of the water in different locations on the property.
Is that year round or seasonal or?
It depends which one. Basically, I believe for the most part, it's rain runoff to a big part that settles in the lower spots on my property. And I mean, once, you know, it runs, right now, there's places that you can't walk without muck boots because it's so wet.
Okay, but it's not classified at this.
Not to
as-
the best of my knowledge. Not that I know of, no.
So it really is not the area itself that is a wetlands, but it's wet because of the runoff.
Right. But yes, to the best of my knowledge, it has never been classified as wetlands. The classification that they have on my information is as a stick built, it's a single family home. I don't know, it's a modular home with an addition. I mean, I did research on it. There's certain things that have to be done in order for that classification to be changed. Probably about, I'm gonna say 20 years ago, my wife and I wanted to build a house on the property. And the bank refused to give us money because it was considered a manufactured home. And they wouldn't hold a mortgage on that property because if we tried to build a house, because it was a manufactured home. I've never done any paperwork to change the classification. There's a form that has to be signed and notarized, affidavit of fixation. I also have to turn in the certificate of origin to the county so that they can change that from personal property to real property. And to the best of my knowledge, that was never done. I don't know when the classification was changed.
You said you have not submitted those.
I have not, no.
Okay.
On the property record card, it's classified as 17 manufactured house.
And on my information, my tax information is classified as 2-bed.
Like the gentleman.
Yes, please.
Property class 210, which means single family.
Yes,
Right,
yes.
right.
But the building style is 17, manufactured house is the building style.
Okay, so it is classified as manufactured housing.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm confused. So it's classified as manufactured housing, but I'm getting
Yeah, so the.
taxed as stick bill.
Well, the property class is the 210, which is single family, so because you're a single family residence.
Yes.
Not a two family.
Correct.
But that's our property class, then under the site, which describes the site there, all the improvements. We have the building style as manufactured house.
Oh, okay, okay. So then my understanding is incorrect as far as the way it's being taxed.
Yes.
Huh?
All right, I got that part.
I guess, I wasn't aware that, that, like I said, the 210, I thought the 210, because if you look at the numbers,
Right.
270 is manufactured. As far as the tax codes,
We use the 270 for single family
single,
or single wide.
right,
Ah,
right, and
That
that,
that 270 is mobile
Double
home.
wides or ones with additions and stuff, but I don't typically recall.
are now considered a single family home. Okay,
so the double wide, so manufactured double wide, manufactured house is a double wide, we'd be considering a 210 as well.
Yes.
yes,
17 manufactured housing, but classified as 210 single family. Got it.
all
I
right,
am not the assessor.
okay.
Now, I'm not sure, but from what I understand what about this is I also understand that a lot of this is being done as building lots. I have 9.3 acres. My property cannot be subdivided. I've been in front of the planning board with this town 3 separate times. I've been told all 3 times that my property cannot be subdivided.
Have you said why?
They would have not told me no, just told me that it cannot be subdivided.
Do you have letters?
Not that I recall. The reason why we did a manufactured house with an addition is because the bank refused to give us a loan to build a house because the manufactured house was there. We were going to build on a different part of the property. The bank refused to give us the money. They told us that if we wanted to build a house, we had to subdivide the property off. That was one of the times that I went to the planning board so that we could subdivide 4 acres off and build a house,
Okay.
and we were denied.
It's because it's a 05.
Oh,
So it's a 5, it needs,
Okay, yeah.
you have to have 5 acres.
I thought it was 2, well, this is going back when it was actually 1 acre, and
Oh,
we were
okay.
still still
Right.
refused.
Okay, I don't know about
We
that,
were-
but now
yes.
you're as 5 acres.
I thought it was 2.
05 on here.
Okay, well, they changed that to, okay, but I'm just saying.
Recent changes, right, but you were, at that point, you were not.
At that
able to
point,
do
we,
anything.
right, and we were told that we could not subdivide.
So I mean, that would be the case now, because you couldn't.
We still couldn't subdivide,
Right, because now
Now it's
zoning is 5
5,
acres.
5,
Right.
you've got,
and I got 9.3.
right. You need to get 27 or something.
Is this AI side or on?
Okay.
And then again,
Go ahead.
much like, listen to the conversation with these guys, I have a similar issue with property across the driveway from mine. And I have-
Neighboring property.
Yes,
Right.
neighboring property. I have photographs in there of the neighboring property with the
Right.
pile of tires and the junk cars, and I have a very similar situation to where I am.
Now, is that in terms of access to your place?
That's right,
Or
yeah.
just, or like next door side on the side?
Well, the only way that I can get to my place is to drive right by that.
Okay,
It's a private road.
okay.
They don't block the road.
That, well, I got a few stories about that. No. Not normally. There have been a time or two, but not normally. Yeah, I don't have any issues with that, but again, I mean, it's an eyesore. It's an issue that,
All around town.
yes,
Okay.
so.
Anything else?
No, I mean, that was all I had.
Okay,
Like I
no,
said,
good. Okay, the graphs. Yeah. You have good information there. Jeremy, do you want to add anything?
So I just went through and selected all manufactured housing comparable sales. I'm coming up with a market value of 430. But that was not taking any of the wetness into consideration.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Wark, thank you for
You're
coming in.
Thank
We
you
will
for
get some-
listening.
We will get you something by July first.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Want to take a little water break?
Right.
So you do the water break and then you do the other water break.
Right, right. You need some time in between.
Not me. Remember those little dolls we used to have?
So you put it in, it came right out.
I took that to heart when I was a kid.
Right.
Right, so.
Cliff, you ready to go? Okay, Ms. Roca? Did I remember to pronounce it right?
I wrote this early roach, but it's okay.
It is.
It's all right.
All these. Okay, Roach. Ms. Roca. Okay, we need to swear.
Phyllis Rocha.
Oh, okay, we need to swear you both in.
Okay.
Do you both solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to be able to be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so?
Okay.
Okay, so you have two different properties that you're
Right.
bringing today. One of the things we've done is we've split properties up, so we have some that pay a little bit more, so we can look more carefully at it.
Right.
So Cliff has the lead on 13 East Street, and then I have Main Street.
Okay.
So whenever
Which
you're
one do
ready.
you want to do first?
Well, the 13th East Street.
First,
Just
13th East
one
Street.
acre.
I just highlighted the things that I wrote to you.
Okay.
Right, but I'm- make sure you're-
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So 13th Street.
Okay.
All right, basically, this was a parcel that we bought, my sister and I owned the properties together. And we bought this,
Talk a little louder.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
it's a parcel that we bought together. These properties are all owned together. And we bought it at a tax sale, the county tax sale. And that was I think it's 09, so yeah. Where is it now? It's on this. Yes, we bought it in 09. At the time, there was the remnants of a house on it that was really ramshackle. We had been trying to get the owner to fix it up or to sell it to us, but he waited until the thing fell apart, the roof fell in. And he had also some,
It's on the property itself.
it's on the
Okay.
property, it's on the property. It happens to be across from our property. You know, there's the remnants of the canal in between. And at the time, you know, he also managed to bring in, I think, 2 or 3 trailers that he had in the house trailers. One smaller than the other, one big one, a number of little outbuildings that he had had for many, many years, because the property had been around probably since at least the turn of the century, last century. You know, so it was all a lot of debris on the property. So we got it at the tax sale. We decided we wanted to clear it out because it was really an eyesore for everybody. People that lived above, for us that were right at that point in time. I think we bought that. Did we own that one yet? Remember where you were?
Yeah.
We did. All right, so we own the property that was next to it as well, where my sister lives.
And it was on the rail trail.
It's right on the railroad trail. All right. So the property, I don't know if you're familiar with this property. It's the property in question is at the Cohasset end of the rail trail.
Oh, okay.
All right, and so it's right, in fact, the dividing line between Rochester and Warsaw are right on the property. So, this particular thing, it was just a mess, you know, we called somebody in. He took the building down, removed all the debris, took all the stuff away and cleaned it as much as possible, right? So that was the end of it, because that's essentially what we were planning on doing. Since then, it had a very steep road going down into this space because it's in very low. The access was coming off of East Street in Warsing. Right, so, and it came down and that was very steep because they couldn't even get out in the wintertime. They had a hard time. Since then, that has totally been destroyed and there's this little runoff stream that comes down from the mountain and it has washed that out. So you can't even access it with a motorized vehicle, because I try to have somebody go down and try to cut the grass and stuff, but he can't get down there anymore. So that's why it's starting to go to wood again at this point in time. Again, this is basically was just done to make it look better, to take down a derelict building. And because it's on the rail trail, I had been pushing for the rail trail for many, many, many years. So even though it took away my privacy, you know, but I thought it was a good thing for the town to have. So anyway, that's that building. So the story of it was I told you the things that are bad about it right now. So it obviously has no drivable entry. The previous driveway is way too steep. It was totally washed out. Let's get it back on this one. These are the I was able to find some comps on these for this one. And that's what I gave you. So there's 4 that are things that have happened already. There's 3 that are presently on the market. Some are better comps than others as comps go. You know, listen, sure. You can tell them, you know, that this is the way it goes. But anyway, that's what's there is very as good as you're gonna find, as best I could find, and records looking for them. Right, so, and that's why I put down the $27,000. I think I've said everything that's on the sheet that I gave you.
Okay.
You know, that
Lots getting wooded again, property is originally brought to remove derelict buildings. The driveway is too steep and washed down, and there's no drivable entry.
And you've gotten rid of all the.
Everything's
and
gone,
everything, so
yeah,
it's all-
well, we put in, I think it was 22,000. Just to do that
Mhm.
at that time in 2009. And I'm sure it'd be much more today. And we bought it for $8,500, I think, in tax sale. So it's now going to be assessed at $60,000, which I think is excessive. Given that the comps that I came out with were considerably less at 27,000. So that's my rationale there.
A little less than an acre, 0.97 acres.
Yeah, I believe so. It's a little less than I.
And the driveways are washed out, has road frontage.
It only has this driveway that goes in front of. It kind of comes out right in front of us where my sister lives.
11 East Street.
11 East Street.
Okay.
But it's really steep to get down here. They couldn't even, they used to ask us to park the car on the top because they couldn't get out in the winter time. That was when the road was still, the driveway was still.
You can access it now.
I don't go down there unless I could walk back down probably if I wanted to go down through the water part that, you know, the part where it's washed down. But
Is there
otherwise,
standing water on the property?
well, no, it's got the remnants of the canal in front of it, you know, but there's at that point, the hill goes up steeply. And the back of Burn Road houses are there. And it's very steep, so there's some runoff at different points of that. If you've walked the rail trail, you know there's runoff coming through. And that one comes right at that point, and it went and washed out that road one time when it got really heavy rains. And so that's where it's at, that one.
Okay.
Okay, you have any questions? Any questions?
Jeremy, you have anything you want to add on that one?
This one I did look at and I gave a negative influence for the shape and topography and it was coming up now with 42,000. Topography.
So that's why, and still say 42,000 for it, yes? Okay.
Okay, now, again, this is not the final determination,
Okay.
so this is listening to you, listening to what the assessor has to say about what you said.
Yeah, okay.
And then we take a look at it and make a determination on
Alright.
stuff.
Right. Okay. So that's this one. Let me just put this.
Okay, then the other one is on Main Street.
Yeah, the other one. The other one is actually part of. Again, we own it together, but I actually live in that house. We bought it 49 years ago.
Mhm.
All right, and property, it goes between Rochester and Warsing. It was a farm. Had been a farm since its inception, probably. We bought it from a family who had owned it for about, I think about at that point, probably about almost 40 years.
Mhm.
And we owned it 49. I never thought we'd surpass them, but I guess we did. And they actually farmed it, you know, so, but they were
Do
very
you have the
helpful.
same kind of sheet on this one or no?
No, I don't, because I
Okay.
could not find any comps for this. The big concern I have with this one is that it was classified as residential vacant land. And basically, this is the farm component of the property, the part that's the place that was, you know, it used to be in strawberries, it's been in corn, it's been in a lot of things. When I looked at I mean, it's listed as residential vacant land, but when I looked at the codes. In the state, you know, just looked at the codes, the one that I thought it was code 321. Which is, it's listed as abandoned agricultural land, not non-productive, not part of an operating farm. And that seemed like a perfect description of what it was.
Okay, but there's no farm next to it now.
No,
Right,
nothing's happening.
okay.
So it's like, you know, just, it's, hopefully.
I think it's residential vacant land.
It's listed as, yeah, it's listed as residential vacant land. I'm thinking that it should be not that, but 321. Abandoned agricultural land, non-productive, not part of an operating farm. Because it's a big stretch of land, you know, it's at least 6 of them acres, whatever. And it's also totally in a floodplain. There's no consideration for that anywhere in the codes. I saw there's a code marked underwater, but it's not underwater.
Well,
It's just wet. It's not wet.
Right.
It's just a floodplain. So as a result, I have two insurance policies on my house. What kinds that I have, you know, for flood insurance. So we have been flooded twice. I mean, seriously flooded. You know, both in 05 and in 2011. And 2011 was, and it had been flooded also in 1955. And at that point, the water is totally covering everything, right? I mean, it came up to the floor joists at my basement. And the other property had 2.5 feet of water. So that's why we had to get the flood insurance. So it is a floodplain. And so if any development happened there, would definitely have to have flood insurance. It would have to be, that's something that would definitely come to pass.
And this has come into being over the past.
It's open, if I can.
No, I mean, this, when you first purchased it, was it like that, or this has just happened as a result of how the weather has changed?
No, it happened in 1955 when the area had a very bad flood.
I think the state has reclassified floodplains not too long ago.
Into a separate code, maybe?
No, they've just gone and they've looked at.
Oh, yeah, they do
keep
change
changing
them.
their
They do change.
floodplains, yeah.
Well, we've been floodplain for a bit.
Yeah, you
But,
may
I
not
mean, they
be
do
100
change it.
year anymore.
What's that?
You might not be 100-year floodplain.
Yeah, right,
anymore.
right, maybe 50 years, that right? So, so that's the situation with this, so it is a floodplain. I know that it's certainly, if you were developing it, it's not that it's impossible to develop a floodplain, but there's also other things going on with it. Ramifications down the line, where you're putting the stuff, how high up you have to come, the cost of it because of the insurance and everything else. So it's always been farmland. It was, honestly never even realized that it was just going down and being, classified as just vacant land, you know, I didn't know how many codes there was, it wasn't something that I was paying attention to, you know, so. But, they never really charged me tremendous amount for it in terms of the taxes, relatively speaking.
Right,
So I never thought anything about it.
right.
But when it went up to now 91,500, I was like, 91,500 for a floodplain here? You know, so I'm sitting there trying to get somebody to cut it all the time, just so that it keeps down and doesn't turn into woods. It's very pretty on the rail trail. People commented on it all the time, how nice it is. And I just get somebody to cut it if I can, once a year, or whenever they can come. I can't find any farmers that are interested in doing anything. And I have to pay usually to get it done, you know, so that's where it comes down to. That's essentially, you know, what's going on. So I really felt that I couldn't find really comps. I looked for them. I don't know really how to evaluate, because that if it truly is that 321, I don't know how that rates in terms of a regular, comparatively speaking. So I don't know what you do, and it is a floodplain. So, all right. Any other questions? No?
Any restrictions on the land?
Anyone?
Restrictions on the land?
No. Not, I never put any, and there were none before.
Jeremy, you want to add something?
So I was able to look at this one and take into consideration the floodplain, and with that, I am recommending, and I was coming up with 36,600. All right, 36,600.
Okay, and again, we will take
Right, I understand.
that into account and what you said and try to put it all together. You'll hear from us by July 1st, written.
And that goes into effect would it be September for the taxes or
I
next year?
think it's September.
September for the taxes.
September
Okay.
for the school tax.
Thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
thank
And thank you for keeping our rail trail.
Yes.
So beautiful.
We try. We try. I try to encourage people not to throw things down, not to be so noisy, to be one with nature.
I was wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yeah,
My
because-
husband works for Open Space Institute.
Oh, yeah, open space, yeah, sure, it's great.
He loves them.
And the virtual's lovely, you know, I mean, we really tried hard to get it going, I mean, way back.
And you're getting upstairs the other end now too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna let him know that I met a fan of the rail trail.
Yeah, we really tried. We used to have we had something in the 90s called Artists in the Linear Corridor.
Yes.
And
And they took, when they redid the trail, they took away the butterflies.
that's when they took it away?
Yeah, supposedly they're behind somewhere around here.
Yeah,
Saying,
I remember.
gotta put them down.
There were other plans, we couldn't get a funding.
I'm gonna cut this off so that we can let our
Stacy, the next person.
next person come.
Thank you very much.
You want to-
She used to change it. Hello, hello, we're gonna swear you in first. Okay.
Copies luckily.
I think I have more paper from you than from anybody else.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
I always try to cover all.
Okay.
Standing for the swearing, is that right?
That would be good. Thank you.
Solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so.
So help me God.
Okay. And you can sit down.
Thank you. I sit too much, but
Yes.
no, this is the appraisal that we were waiting on?
No, that's
No.
part of the appraisal I put in there. But yeah, I recently had it appraised. I was truly out of the picture with my family.
Why don't we start at the beginning? Okay. Okay,
So
so go ahead.
I usually get nervous and I forget what I want to
Relax,
say.
relax, relax.
So
Okay.
the town increased the assessment from 417,000 to 1.15 million. So I went out and I got a certified independent appraisal, which concluded the market value to be 737, which I still think is high because we had a realtor 2 years ago give us an assessment of 500 to 525,000. So that's why I'm here. Jeremy was very kind and he did already reduce the amount to 825,
Right.
which is wonderful, and I'm very grateful. However, we're 5 co-owners right now. We have an additional sister who was ousted out of the family property for brother's reasons, but anyway, and we're all in our 60s. Our parents had bought this in 1963, 64, around there. And it's meant for us to gather as a family as we always used to.
But you don't do it very often.
We don't, well, I had
Across the
4,
street from you,
you do, which house?
468,
468, so
the
it's
one with the
that
pond.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Your father, was it your father who died on the property outside in the garden? No?
No,
The
that
red
was
house?
a long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay, we better get back to this. Go ahead.
But that's a beautiful property. I understand he died right there, like right near the lake. Unless you built the house behind the red one that was there?
No, let's switch back to here.
Okay,
Go
I'm curious,
ahead, go
that's
ahead.
all. So anyway. So I'm Anna and I'm number 4 or 5 down the chain. And I appreciate your time for me to speak here today. So as I stated, from 417.3, we're up to 1.15 million, or actually down to 825. But I still think regarding towards the end, you'll see some pictures of the property inside and out. The barn recently had a tree fall on it and it caused a lot of damage. Part of that side wall is bulking. The house is, it's got a sagging roof. It's got, warped wood that needs to be replaced. As you know, we don't go often. We grew up there and we were there all the time. And now basically it's in the summer months and sometimes off season. But we'd like to hold on to this property and, it's over 150 years old. I got the deeds back to 1870. So actually my other sister is saying maybe we should have it historically saved, for the barn itself is worth it. But anyway, so that's why I'm here. We had the appraisal, so I have the actual copy of the appraisal with me if you want to see the full appraisal. And like I said, I'd love to get it down to 725. I think that would be generous for the situation the house is in,
Can you leave this one?
Sure. Jeremy has another copy in your office. So on page 10, you'll find out we do,
725?
yeah, 725. There's a forestry related restriction. There's a form 51-160 on page 10 that you'll see. So there, as I said, there's sagging roof, peeling paint, foundation cracking, moisture intrusion, unfinished interior areas, insect damage, in addition to squirrels or chipmunks in the roof. The attic. Squirrels, you hear them running at night, you know, and deterioration of the barn. And what else do I want to say here? Basically, yeah, that's everything. Not much for me to say.
And I think you've given us a lot of documentation.
So you can review it, and I
Yeah,
really,
we have done that already.
I'm speaking for all of my brothers, and one sister has dementia, but she actually wanted to stay on the property. And I was looking forward to doing that for her, getting her a live-in. She was living in Kingston, in Hurley until she could, and then she wanted to stay at the house, but she couldn't stay there all year round by herself, and the house needed work. And so that's where we're at. If there's any extra money we have, we'd like to put it towards renovating and repairing the things that really do need repair. So, yeah.
Jeremy, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, I did go over the appraisal that was submitted.
Right.
There was some issues with the appraisal.
I'm sorry, you what, say
There
that?
was some issues with the appraisal.
Issues with the appraisal, huh?
Wasn't using proper lot size adjustments, using $40 a square foot adjustments. So, but with that being said, appraisal was helpful, it showed me some of the condition of the property in the house there. That's why I was able to recommendation or adjustable. The 825, what I was coming up with.
And also I wanted to say, a few years ago, I was fighting off a right of way that was in the deed. And the person who bought the house near the little lake on the bottom of the hill, he also bought the lot adjacent to ours, which is exactly the same, right? And he bought it for $75,000, 63 acres. So, you know, I don't know, recently, Jeremy mentioned it's valued at 325 hours, and I'm thinking with, you know, 1/3 of that parcel has timber that's all, it was fire damaged.
Right.
And so I'm thinking maybe that's appraised quite high. I don't really think it has that value, especially seeing that the adjacent lot sold at so little, you know. So like I say, anything you can do to help us, I'd really appreciate. And anything you need from me, please feel free to write and or call. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, everyone. Thank you.
I just have G4 and 3. And so. So it's.
Okay, Mr. Dunn. Come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning. Before you
It's still
sit down-
morning.
Before you can sit down, we're gonna swear you.
Yes,
You solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's good seeing you. I haven't seen you since CBA days.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I've heard about you, but I've never been able to put a face on it.
Oh, well, here's the thing.
You're related to the schoolmakers, right?
My son married into the schoolmaker.
That's exactly, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Great.
we share grandchildren.
Wonderful.
Alice
Now-
schoolmaker genes and my genes are bad.
Nice to put a face. I didn't put a face with Miss Bonner. I have no connection.
It's okay.
But you
Good.
still, but you have a face.
Okay,
So
so
we're gonna start with 85 Cemetery Road.
perfect. So
Glad you like it.
may I open up with, so there's gonna be some changes here because as research continued and I learned more and educated myself more, there's actually some changes, some things I would have done differently with my addendum. First off, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to approach you face to face because I put that data out there because honestly, I didn't think there was gonna be an opportunity because I thought there was gonna be so many folks. That's neither here nor there. But that's why I wanted to get that printed data out to you. So with some more late breaking since Tuesday information, I did put an addendum together. I apologize. I should have done 3, but I am gonna go through this in order, whoever wants to be the head in charge of that.
Is this the one that starts this remote 161 acre
Correct.
parcel?
We're gonna start with that 161.5. The 13.7. I will call that will tag along. And what I mean by that is everything I'm about to say to the 161.5 on Cemetery Road applies to the 13.7. The only obvious difference is the acreage. So is the assessment on that per acre going to be different? Probably based on the parcel. But again, I'm not the expert on this. Bear with me because this is not my area of expertise.
What is your area of expertise?
Actually, my background is engineering. I'm a retired fighter pilot in the U.S. Air Force. So my claim to fame is aviation. I'm a mediocre welder, plumber, carpenter, timber, sawyer. But one thing I will say is aviation is my expert. That's what I did for my adult life in the United States Air Force.
Well, yeah, you're looking at United
Yep.
States Navy.
Very good.
I gave you the shape. You can just go right off.
I always like the Navy because when we go and fight, the Navy gives us a ride.
Yeah, well, I always.
No,
So
sorry, that's out of a few good men.
There's
I
always
always loved it.
Air Force bases because they have better people.
No, it's all good. Okay, so
Go ahead.
we'll go through this page by page. Here's the addendum. I would like to read it for the record because it's short and sweet. This is an addendum addition. It's an addendum to the addendum for RP 524 for 85 Cemetery Road, SBL 68.3-4-35. This parcel is presently categorized at type 04, residual. 158.5 acres is classified as residual, and type 03, undeveloped. 3 acres, and I'll have the data to prove that here shortly. I believe this is an error, and this is going to be the whole premise of why I'm sitting in front of you. This land type, in my opinion, should be type 07, woodland with a classification of 910, private wild and forest lands. For parcels greater than 100 acres, the rate per acre for type 07 is 2,000. It goes down to 1,000 depending on the group that it's in. Depending on its group 1 through 5. And there's, again, I'll have the attached New York State Real Property System land tables. Rochester 2026 is the title to verify that. Okay, next page. This is off of the, is it the ProScar, the town of Rochester? I've been, pardon my scribble there, but I'm trying to put notes on this. So I downloaded this off of that site. If you look over on the left, the highlighted 2026 assessment information has the land assessed at 613.5. It has a total assessed as 897.4. So there's a delta between the two of 283.9. What is that delta? I can only assume it's buildings or structures.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in my original addendum, I list my structures, as I'll call them, because 2 of them would be hard pressed as buildings. They call them canopies. They're roofs only. One of them has my sawmill under it, and the other has farm tractors, farm elements. I actually gave pictures to Gar. I didn't add that with yours. So we have a delta even without looking at the type or classification changes. Over on the property description, you can see it's 312 vacant with improvement. Once again, I believe it should be 910. Historically, it was 910. If we go down to the bottom, 04 residual, 158.5 acres. I have no idea how that got classified. There's residual has a rate of 10,000 to 5,000 an acre. No idea why that is. I think it's misrepresented. Undeveloped, 3, no. If anything, those 2 should be flopped because undeveloped carries less cost per acre than the residual, but I don't agree it should be either one of them. It should be 07. Then you see the buildings. Okay, let's go to page 3. This is where it gets really interesting. Page 3, Ulster County Parcel Viewer or Beacon Schneider, either one you get this off of. Once again, property class 312, vacant improvement in error, should be 910, private forest. If you look on this one, if you look at the bottom, if you look at historically, what was it? 910, private forest. When and where did it get changed? I don't know. I will admit, like a lot of people, we're guilty of, hey, everything's fine, everything's fine. It's fine until it isn't. And right now, it isn't with the 2026 data that came out. So that's why, lesson learned, gotta stay on top of it. I had no idea it got changed on here off of private forest. And if you're saying, well, Mr. Dunn, why didn't you look at your tax bill? I did. I have a 2026 tax bill here with me. And what does it have it listed as? It has property class, private forest. So when I look at my bill, everything's fine.
So
This is your
looking at the
next-
definition of private forest,
Say again?
looking at the definition of private forest, at your own definition,
Correct.
it says any land that does not conform to any other property type classification, which means it can't be used for anything else, but in fact, it can be used for things.
Name me a private forest that couldn't be used for something else.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go by this classification.
Ag-
I'm gonna
agreed.
focus- I'm gonna focus on yours.
Right.
because you're
Code
in front of
type.
us. Right.
Private,
And then let's
wild,
look at it.
if I may.
Oh, I was just gonna look at the classifications that you gave us before, like the wetlands and the
Right.
steepness and everything.
So if I
Is
may,
that
that's why I gave you this jumping ahead. Since you brought it up, private code type 910, private, wild and forest lands except for private hunting and fishing clubs. Okay, we meet that. Description. This division includes all private lands which are associated with private forest lands, and I agree, do not form to any other property type classification. Well, what other would it be? It's not residual.
No. The classifications can look at, in fact, I don't know if I printed out the page, but it can look at agricultural.
I know all of
look
them.
at vacant land.
Understood.
Right.
But
It
what's
certainly
best?
qualifies as
what-
vacant land.
It certainly qualifies for private forest.
Remember, well, I'm not gonna argue with the definition, okay? We understand.
It could fit in many classifications, but we could take the Tongass National Forest in Alaska and we could clear it and we could classify it as something else. The question is, in its present state, which description best suits it? That land up there, anybody's welcome to put their boots on and go with me and we'll take a hike. It's best suited as 910. That's why historically it was classified as private forest. That's the whole reason why, because that's the best place it fit in. But we kind of jumped ahead going to the classification because if we go back, pardon my disorganization, if we go back to this page where it talks about, this is the New York State Real Property System land tables. The thing that I don't know, I'm not a poker player. I'm going to tell you what I know and I'm going to tell you what I don't know. What I don't know is what groups 1 through 5 is. No one could answer that to me.
Well, first of all, you
But-
don't have the whole chart.
Agreed. I have the whole thing here.
Neighborhood code?
Right,
Can you tell me what groups is?
yes.
Yeah.
You have your thing there. Look on your sheet. and
Okay.
where It says neighborhood.
It's your
I
neighborhood.
see
code.
neighborhood code.
Okay,
Right,
that's it.
44005.
It ends in-
44007 on this one. There is no group 7. Groups are 1 through 5.
I'm looking at your property.
No, but if you
card.
look under each of those groups, you will see each of those groups go for more than one.
I'm sorry?
Okay. If you look under where it says the group,
Yes.
under there, you will see a few of those cover more than one neighborhood. So, well, there might be
There's-
groups.
Ma'am, there's no neighborhood on here. I have, here's.
Right, so this is your card, right? Right here. Neighborhood code.
I understand that, but that's not the group.
Yes,
Here's the group under the.
Understood.
This is the neighborhood
Yep.
code.
Okay,
that's how it.
got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you go.
There's
to-
that. Got it.
If you go to group 4,
Yep,
right under that.
it's under there.
Yes.
Ah, okay, got it. So that's where it is under that group. That's why I was saying under, because I could only see 5 groups. So when I saw 7, it's broken out into that code. Well, that's even better. You answered something that real property couldn't answer, so I commend you for that. Thank you. I always like learning something. I can take the rest of the day off. Okay, so now let's specifically go to that. So let's go back to, again, the 161. That's 44005. So if I go to 44005, there we go. And I go to 3, undeveloped. Correct me if I'm wrong, down to 5 acres is 10,000, and I assume the 9 million, that's anything over 5 acres, it's 5,000 an acre. That's how they have me 3 and undeveloped and whatever the other is. I'm claiming 0.7. I'm down to 2,000 an acre. And that's what I wrote my addendum on. It went from 2,000 to a low of 1,000, but I didn't know what group I was in. Now I know after you educated me on that, which again, I thank you. So that's what I believe that should be, because that is the best description of that parcel. So
you want the whole thing as private forest, is what you're saying.
we could do either. You may laugh, but I just want to be fair and equitable, just like New York State taxation and finance law says. I'm not looking to get away with anything, but right now I think I'm paying a disproportionate, shouldn't say that, I'm being assessed at a higher value, which may result in a disproportionate issue, which that's not the word to bring up anything with taxes. I understand that. So what this does is takes me, let's just talk in round numbers, from the type 3 or 4 takes me to type 7, would cut me in less than half, because in round numbers, let's just say it went from 5,000 an acre down to 2,000 an acre. That is indeed more appropriately. Where I was going with my original addendum that you saw, again, I learned more in the past few days. It was, hey, I think it's because this parcel is so big, 161 acres, I think it's unfair to just say cookie cutter, because I have a large amount of wetlands along the Mumbacus. I have a large amount of standing water up in the interior. I have a large amount of sheer rock. I have these things that really, it's good for what God made it for. It's good for the animals. It's good. It's good buffer. It's great to have this big parcel. I mean, I work up there almost every day. All I did was I put up my one barn, so I had a place to work on my farm machinery, and that's what I do. I come out, I see the bears, I see coyotes. Yesterday, big, huge 5-foot black snake. You know, I love it. I leave them alone, and that's the way I want this parcel to remain. So I don't have any heartburn either way. If we want to go and look, and I will get an expert to come in, because these were my round numbers of 100 acres of this, 60 of this. I understand it's just me looking at it. If we need to string that out, I'll do it. If you want to go the route of let's classify the whole thing as private forest, I have no problem with that either. I have no issue with that. I will agree. Let's take a look at the buildings. Let's bring up.
Before we do that.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
When you put your first package together, you broke your land down into wet, steep.
Correct.
You stand by those numbers? And can you tell me how you figured out? I must know your land.
But that's generalities. Am I going to tell you that's exact? Absolutely not. The reason why I did that, Sherry Casabella with GAR, when I originally contacted GAR and I asked questions that the individual could not answer appropriately, they said, I'm going to have someone who can answer them and call you back. It was Sherry Casabella. And one thing I will say about Sherry Casabella, you know, a lot of people badmouth GAR and everything else. You won't find me badmouthing anybody unless it's deserved. I will tell you, in my opinion, no matter what their data, that's another story. As far as professionalism, getting back, answering questions. Sherry did everything for me.
Okay.
Sherry, so let me answer
One
you.
second, let's, we
No,
we have 15 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
and we really have to stick to the
Right, two
subject.
parcels.
Okay, you have really
Two
have,
parcels.
you have one appointment.
I
You
want.
really have to stick to
I
the
want to
subject.
focus on, because I looked at those numbers and I did computations based on those numbers. You had, and I'll see if I have the, I don't know if I have it in my notes, but you broke it out. 100 acres was, I think you did 100 acres as wasteland. You did 30 something.
I can tell you,
Oh, I have it right here.
I can tell you exactly how I got my number. And I will not tell you that number is accurate because I educated myself more. So I might have been off on those, but I can tell you exactly how I broke down my number. Maybe that'll help you.
Right. Undeveloped for 3 acres, that's because out of all of that land, there's probably a house site and you're in 3 acre zoning, so that's what the undeveloped means. You had wastelands as 100 acres. You had
I didn't call it wasteland.
wetlands. Well, that's the category. That was the
Understood.
description.
Understood.
You had wetlands for 29.5
That's correct.
acres. And you had residual at 32 acres.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I called it improvable.
Right, and that's what residual.
That's
is.
fine.
So you've got it. You understand this.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just telling, my values may have been off because at that time, I never knew of the group type. The document that you just educated me on the neighborhoods. I never knew that existed. So what I did, I can tell you exactly what I did. The number that's on there, which again, I'm not going to tell you that's exact. All that was, a question was asked to me by the forum. It said, what do you think your values were? Property owner's estimate. This is my estimate. I didn't pull it out of thin air. I did the 100 acres at 1,000. I did the wetlands at 500. I did the improvable at 5,000. That's why my number, I'm not telling you, it's not my job. I'm not an
But
assessor.
my point is not the numbers, because that table is a tiered system, so it
Correct.
works a little bit differently. But the estimation of the number of acres and let's call it the classification, right? Are you comfortable with that?
I think before I went with numbers like that, I think we should define it and make sure it's absolutely correct, because on either way it lies, I want to be fair. I'm not one who's going to take something and run with it because it's a good deal for me. It's not the way I operate. It's not the way my family operated, anybody who knew me. So I believe in pure fairness, whichever way it falls. So personally, I think that the easiest, not the easiest is the right word, is I think it should go back to private forest, which is what it was, because all I did was come in and I carved out one portion, so I had a place to work from. The rest of it I left alone. There's no house. There's not going to be a house. It's private forest. But let's talk about, we make sure we have time for the buildings. We need to talk about the buildings because,
Switch to those.
I'm sorry?
Why don't you switch to the building? Switch to the buildings.
Thank you.
About
Thank you.
buildings. Talk about
So sorry, my hearing's terrible. The buildings, my first main pole barn was the only building I purchased because I had nothing. I didn't have my mill yet. I had nothing. I needed something to work from. So it's literally, we started in this little tiny area. That's on record here in the town of Rochester. It was $40-some thousand. You folks have it. You meaning the town of Rochester, not you personally, obviously. That's on record.
By 60 barns.
Sure, that's correct. Uninsulated, nothing, no finished. It's literally a dry place to work.
Do you have solar panels on it?
I have 2 panels. You know why? There's temporary LED lightings in the back. I work with a headlamp on, even on a day like today.
Your sawmills, electricity?
Nope. Sawmills, it's gas drip. There's no electricity on site with the exception of the solar for LED temporary lighting. It's a total of 1,200 watts. That's all I have. I can't run a saw with that. If I need to do anything, you pull a string. That's my life. If I need a vacuum cleaner for working on something, pull a string. I got a big right arm
Okay,
because of that.
Okay.
Stick to the facts.
I'm sorry.
We don't need all these elaborations. I'm just trying to get done.
Understood.
Other people.
Understood.
All right, so,
Understood.
and the other two canopies?
The other two canopies are built with on-site materials. The only thing purchased was metal roofing, screws and nails. I have a sawmill. You can come look at them. It's rough cut lumber. There's no walls. In fact, there's two shipping containers that hold it
Do you
up.
get the timber off of your property?
Correct. And it's all blow down. Irene, Sandy, Lee, those storms made a mess. Acres and acres of twisted timber. It's all blow down. I am not the guy, I'm sorry, but I gotta tell you this because you gotta know. I don't cut hickory, I don't cut oak. Hickory's bat habitat, oak, it's nature's feed mill. Deer, bears, they sit there, I don't cut those. I
You don't
use
bring
blow
in-
down.
You don't bring in timber, go off, you
No.
timber off your own.
That's correct. I don't bring timber in.
Just asking. All right, and then you have the two car. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Liz, okay, you said at the beginning that this was supposed to cover the same argument for both.
13.7,
13.7.
it's the same type land. It's forest. There's no clearing. So everything here dovetails right into there. It's just the size. The important piece to understand that 13.7, it's really part of a 75-acre parcel. The rest of it's in the town of Warsink. It's also important to know that's a part of the Schwangen Greenway critical environmental area. Can't remember the whole exact term. So that 13.7, that's literally just falls over the town line.
And the wagon trail.
It's the private road of Henry D. Green is the official name from
Is that the
1865.
only access?
It's the only access. It is the only access to that parcel.
That's the 13.7 acres.
Right.
Negative. That's the
No, that's the
161.5.
And the 13.7 acres doesn't.
You said it
have
goes
a front.
between two stone walls
Correct.
and it narrows down to 10 feet?
Correct. You can barely fit a full-size machine up through there. They came and lined my field. The first field I made, I planted hay. And they came and put down 26 tons of lime. Went to Cornell, soil samples, did the full meal deal. Grows nice hay, and it might be, that main field might be 8-9 acres now. You can see it in the satellite shot. And that they had a hard time getting up there. It's that big balloon type, from Schoolmakers. It's that huge balloon tired machine. They barely fit up my road. They were scraping trees on the side with the big rubber tires.
And that road is 85 Cemetery?
85 Cemetery, that's
Okay.
correct.
And that is a private road?
It is a private road.
Who maintains it?
I do. I am the only one. Had it surveyed because it was kind of like, it was like an unknown entity. So, yeah. Yes, I'm the only one maintains it, need equipment to maintain it. It's a unique parcel. I know everybody says they have a unique parcel.
Jeremy,
Jeremy, do you have anything? I'm sorry, Cliff.
No, no.
do you have any more? Cliff, Jeremy, do you want to?
So I did meet with Mr. Dunn a couple weeks ago there, went over the 161 acre parcel. Made some adjustments due to the access to it and the topography and everything, and I made it off of those 710-400. And as for the 13 acre parcel, same thing, took into consideration the shape and the topography of it, made it off of 58,300.
Okay, let me just ask you, what would have to happen to get this reclassified from the way it is presently classified?
Woodland private forest is only used if you're enrolled in the forestry, 480 forestry program. Or if it's something like Minnewaska or Mohawk property that's wholly exempt and building parcels there.
I respectfully disagree with that. 911 and then at 912, forest land under section 480 of the real property laws under 911, forest land under section 480A of the real property tax laws under 912. 910 is specifically private wild and forest land, says nothing about 480 programs.
My 12 years of instructions, that's the way I've been taught there.
All right, we will decide where we come out and you will get something by July 1st.
Thank you. Would you like the complete of that, is that, sorry, I printed out the complete, thing of all the codes, or is that, here it is, here.
That's what I showed you.
Right, so you have
We
that.
have it.
I appreciate you pointing that out.
Does that
Because
be
it-
rural, farm, and vacant land breakdown for all of the codes and what they mean, so.
Right,
So we have this too.
yeah, I mean, these are all. I tried doing count, but I really couldn't find anything comparable with the foresting.
Thank goodness you have trees on your property, because we just killed a whole bunch of them.
Sorry.
I said, thank goodness you have trees on your property, because we just killed a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, you got that right, ma'am. All right, once again, I appreciate your time. Thanks for listening. Is there anything else I could?
I appreciate you taking care of those oaks.
Well, that's what we stand for. We're good stewards. I hope everyone recognizes that. We proved that over and over. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. Courtright, come on down. I'm gonna swear you in first.
Oh, geez.
But you only have to use 3 bags.
We've just.
Do I have to stand?
Yes,
Hand on the Bible?
we started we started a new precedent because we couldn't figure out stand, sit, so we're going stand.
Okay.
Okay.
You solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so.
Yep.
Or yes?
Okay, we'll just get our notes here and we will be right back.
You want to see.
It's written out in large.
Okay. Okay, why don't you go ahead and give us your spiel.
You want to hear a spiel? I'll give you a spiel. Hopefully not as long-winded as some others. I just first want to explain everything paper-wise that I submitted. Do you have all that paperwork I submitted? I would hope so.
Yes, we will. And plus a little more
Oh, really?
that we have looked at. Okay.
Oh.
That we could find on parcel view of it, so on.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
But we have all your nice pictures.
See,
We
yeah,
have all that. We have your information necessary to determine value of property.
okay.
Okay, so.
All
why
right.
don't you go ahead?
So those photos the photos are to show deterioration.
Yeah, I didn't want to kill a couple trees with those. I
Yeah.
could look at those on the.
We didn't want to print out too many either because ink costs more than
Yeah.
probably my taxes would, but well, let's hope so.
Okay.
But as you saw in the pictures, the deck, roof of the building, we also have carpentry damage, but I didn't take pictures of that because they wouldn't come out. Not the bees, but the pictures.
Oh.
Tile floor, interior trim in the house, some of those things, tile floor needs to be replaced, but we've been thinking about doing a new kitchen, but it's been a lot of thinking and costs a lot of money, so that's kept that. Interior trim work that probably I've been a little lax on. I built the house, so of course, once you move in, things aren't urgent. A big thing on some of those diagrams or things we printed out was the unusable land. It's 26 something acres, but as you can see, there's a lot of swamp, and we sent pictures, I think, of federal swamp designation also.
Yeah, I
some land.
swamp, yeah.
And that was something that my tech whiz daughter was able to mark out, showing the steep grades and all that. I would imagine you have, so what I'm trying to claim is, because a lot of the comps that were used by GAR, and that what I was able to find myself through parcel viewer, a lot of the properties were less acreage. So I'm trying to say that usable acreage of mine is very comparable to these others. GAR's, I called GAR, they told me what comps they used in determining the value of my property. And I'm sure you have them somewhere. If not, I've got copies of what they sent me. Or they told.
Yeah, we don't have what
Well, hold on,
they.
let's check and just make sure that what they have listed. Have you gone to the site, that they put up?
The Garwin site.
Yeah, does that list the same? Here. I'm just wondering if it lists the same. Mount Laurel Road. Oh, there you are, right at the top. How convenient. So.
Top of value or on
No,
top?
that's at the top of the list.
I don't want to be on top of value.
So, this has comparable properties by assessment and comparable properties by sale price.
Okay.
What did they give you?
They gave me what they used to assess my house
Okay,
based on
was it
sales, recent sales.
24 Baker Road,
24 Baker Road,
37 Waterfalls Road,
yes,
Yeah,
37.
okay.
anything else?
1877 Burn Road,
Okay, 1877 Road.
and 712 Queens Highway, which I found was a ranch and not a log home. All the others were log, my house is a log home. And I have this, if you want this, I brought these along. That's the information I got from Parcel Viewer on all those parcels.
Okay. We give this to Cliff, this is yours.
And all of those were sold at a price less than what they initially assessed me at. Their initial assessment, new assessment of my house was 1,087,000, I think it was.
Okay, so this is the amount that's there now is what they.
Now, after I submitted stuff to them, which is what they basically use, they dropped it down to 950. Which I think is still too high.
You're asking 610.
Yes. And you may ask why.
Yes.
One of the reasons is because I read in some instructions that you should be careful when determining how much of an assessment reduction to request, because you may be precluded from obtaining a greater reduction than the amount you requested. That's where you all come in. Even if circumstances should show that a larger reduction is warranted. So.
So you're playing lowball is what you're saying.
Sounds harsh. But also I go off of my last tax bill.
Right.
Which the assessor estimates the full market value of this property as of July 1st, 2024 as 676,415. So why is it now up to 950,000 after less than 2 years? Nothing has changed on the property other than continuation of deterioration. But anyway, I need to follow my notes so I don't get lost.
Yeah, and focus it on the land. I mean, you said it's unusable land, swampy, it's on some federal swamp land.
It's
Chart.
designated, federally designated as wetlands, part of it is.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's protected, but it's designated wetland. And I think the
Okay,
one,
but if you talk, I mean, because this has been taken into account when they, it should be taken into account when they determine what your assessment is, so that this land should end up being classified as wetlands. Yeah, so right now, 6.5 acres is considered wetlands. Okay, so that, that's where these came
dark
out
blue.
from.
You have a copy of the actual federal website printout that we submitted?
No, this is on
GARS, you can see the breakdown.
Oh,
yeah,
You also said steep.
Ooh.
You
Steep,
had
it's
steep grade.
yeah.
Where are the steep grades? These are the wetlands, I think.
That's okay. I can
you
figure
get
that out.
there,
This darker area is steep grade.
okay,
So the house sits like here someplace, I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
So this from the road. This is Mount Laurel Road. This is all steep grade down to the
So
swamp.
marked here, steep grade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is all steep grade coming down to the swamp. This here is steep grade and there's a little piece of property here. And you can see this shaded area, that's all terrain. Of course, that's not my property.
Right, right.
But
You're
right
saying
here,
it's
this is
all
very,
same like that.
yes,
Okay.
so that is all steep grade. So that's where the steep.
Okay, so you have the swamp here, and then essentially this is not usable either.
Correct.
Okay.
And even here where it's not steep, like my driveway comes in probably across here someplace. And it's just rock upon rock. I mean. Refrigerator
Right next
size.
door.
Yes, Cherrytown, that's what we always say, Cherrytown potatoes or whatever you want
I'm
to.
on it for Cherrytown, I know it. Okay.
So I think the only place that was nice soil is where we built the house. But anyway, I also submitted some comps that I generated from the new assessment, which I think you should have copies of, and there's.
Yeah, I didn't print out everything here. It's
There's
got
this, which is a general
Yeah, I think-
comparison of them.
we have those, right?
And the most, all of them very similar, other than my house is, whatever it is here. Two beds, a lot of them are 3 bedrooms. There is another 2 bedroom, but here they have 2 baths. We have 1 bath.
These are all log homes.
These are all log homes, yes. And the most interesting one is the one that is assessed at 710,000, and they have 22 acres. So why?
277 towpath,
What's that?
277 towpath.
Yes. Yes. So why is my house $240,000 more than that? There's another one that didn't come up when I called for comps. That was a log home. I think because it was classified as a multi-residence, there was a log home similar to mine. But they also had a double wide on the property, which square footage wise was over 1,800 square feet. That was 3 beds, 2 baths. The log home was 2 beds, 1.5 bath. And they're assessed at, their current new assessment is 871.5. Again, over almost $100,000 less than mine. So that was another thing.
But you do have some nice outer buildings, correct? Additional buildings on the property?
I have a garage, a garden.
Is that this large one?
Yes, that's the 24.
Now,
by
is that,
36.
Also livable space up above that?
No.
No.
Unless you want to camp out or something.
Is the ceiling, is that high?
No, there's like storage area up
Okay.
top. There is a garden shed. I think there's pictures of the roof that needs to be replaced on that. And then there's a wood shed. And one correction I think I wrote down was, I know it was, the house was originally heated by oil, but now it's totally heated by wood, an outdoor wood boiler. That's why the wood shed, which seemed like a good idea at the time, but as I get older, I wonder if that wood heat was not.
Write that down so I can give it to my husband. please.
So
You can write it right on my hand. That I'm gonna use to slap him with.
we can see it coming, right?
Can see it.
All right, I mentioned the last tax bill. And the other thing, instructions for completing the complaint for the RP 524, which I submitted. I saw that the definition of market value is that price would, what your property would sell in the open market, assuming no unusual circumstances. So that's what caught our eye. We said, well, all these prices went through the roof during or because of COVID. And the influx of people trying to get it away from people in the city. And that's what drove up the price, where people were buying what would normally be, say, a $300,000 house for $600,000 or more, because the locals couldn't buy its pay 600,000 and they still can't. I think it's a big problem, but I think to reassess everything based upon that unusual circumstance is also not fair. Or it distorts the whole thing. I would consider COVID a catastrophic event that caused an unnatural spike in the market. And was there anything else I was supposed to say?
I think you covered it all.
That was it with the house.
No, I don't, but was it?
Jeremy, you got something to add?
I don't really have much to add, I looked at this and I ran it, counts a few different ways, larger parcel sales. And everything's coming out around that $1 million range, and I'll give that to you to look at. Unless something's wrong with the property data, we're gonna 4 different sets of count, 4 different ways here. I think coming out, we can put over $1 million there.
Okay, so we'll take,
He said that all the way he put the comps and things, it comes out around $1 million. Which.
Our?
Yeah. We're just like.
the whole property. So we will take into consideration what you told us today. And comps that have been prepared over there, we'll look at your comps. The information that you have about things not being in very good shape in certain situations. And you will hear from us by July 1st.
Could I submit this other one?
What do you mean?
Yes.
I have another property. This is 100.
Oh, no,
no.
I thought it was additional information.
Well, can I file it with you?
Deadline.
Without
It was done on Tuesday. If we
Or
take
Tuesday,
something from
okay.
you, we have to allow that to come up in other people.
Under the law, it's a hard and fast
Right.
deadline.
Because we
Well,
assumed that
it-
today was the grievance day.
It was
And
grievance
today
day,
was
but
hard.
when there's more than one grievance day, it's still.
This is an adjournment. This is adjournment. This means we couldn't get everybody in on the official day, and so this is carried.
But save it, you can use it next year.
Oh, I guess I. Okay.
And can I just ask this question, after you decide whatever it is you decide, do we have other recourse if we are still, what is that recourse?
I think it's all written down, but essentially it's going to small claims court.
No, there's mediation first, right?
No,
No.
small things,
Small
small
claims
thing
court.
assessment review.
Oh, yeah, right. But that's not like court.
The hearing officer,
It's an administrative proceeding, correct?
it's a hearing officer, and you usually do it by Zoom nowadays, so.
Right, so there's an administrative hearing, and then after that, there's the you can file in court.
No,
There'll be satisfaction with Scar, not sure what the next step is, to be honest with you.
I know, we just feel like,
Article 7.
those comps that
Yeah.
we shared,
right.
our house is
I'm not-
comparable to those, and our assessment is way higher. We just don't believe that that's accurate.
Take a look at what you gave us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, last one. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, in terms of costs. Yeah. Okay, police, and say your last name for me.
Nguyen.
Nguyen, okay. I hope you're not gonna give us all of the paper, I hope that you're not gonna give us all of it. You're carrying.
No, none of this is for you.
Oh, okay, I just saw you carrying that. Oh, I was getting very nervous on the number of trees we now just killed. Okay. Okay.
No, I'm
So-
going to work after this, so.
Okay, give us 1 second to get our stuff together here.
Okay, 177.
Yes, and 177.
Okay, so
So let's,
are you 176?
I think I'm 170. Let me look.
Yeah, 176, you go first. Do you want me to go?
Okay, so you have 2 properties.
Yes.
They're right next.
You
to
have
each other.
101 Lower Whitfield
And
and you
Lower
have
Whitfield.
two, and you have Lower Whitfield, which also comes up as 99 Lower. Yes, some places. Okay, so why don't you start with, let me ask just first, is a lot of the argument you're going to be making similar for both of them, or are they fairly separate?
They're slightly different. Yeah,
Okay.
there's, yeah, a bit of a
Different
difference. That's right.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
then let's start with 101 Whitfield and
101.
tell us about it.
Oh, sure. And I just wanted to double check because I brought to Joanne yesterday afternoon some additional materials.
We do not have yours.
We did.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, here it is.
Supplemental.
Oh, right, you have two pieces on one, so one, they were sort of put together, one on 101 Lower Whitfield and then.
Well, there were pictures and things, is right. So I didn't originally submit, so that should be the correct one.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we do have that.
Okay.
Right. I didn't print it all out because.
Right.
Right,
You're
it's
trying
right
to
on
say-
trees, yes, okay. So let's start again,
So-
176.
With the 101.
101, correct.
Okay, so that is actually where I live,
Okay,
where it's a very old farmhouse that I renovated myself in 2016, 17. So the main argument is that I didn't look actually at what, you know, how the assessment was made, but just based on my general understanding of, you know, what's been sold in Accord in the area, that there are houses that have been renovated, like really renovated very nicely to reach a certain market with people with a certain amount of money. And my house is just not of that category. And in fact, on my road, so it's like a really big difference in like the kind of houses that are on my road and in that area. There's multi-million-dollar really fancy places, and there's, you know, mobile homes, and I'm
Right,
somewhere in the middle.
it's like all,
It's
it's
like-
like all of Rochester, yes.
Yeah, so my basic argument is that I looked at comps just based on what I could find on Zillow, of houses that I thought were close to mine. I also noted one error, that there was a shed that was in the original assessment that I'm tearing down because it's falling apart. I'm just taking things down as they become dangerous. So I listed basically 3 comps that I wanted to bring to your attention. The first is a house that was sold in late 2024, so it's a little maybe earlier, but for 185 was the same square footage. And also in terms of desirability, my house is right like on the road. And I think that makes a big difference in terms of desirability for, again, a certain market of person that's looking for a house upstate. This house is similar. I couldn't see what it was like inside. But just to give a sense of,
Did you happen to look up to see on the write-ups on the house what the quality and condition were listed versus yours?
I couldn't, for some reason, that house didn't have that information. Like on Zillow.
Yeah.
So
Well,
they-
yeah,
they
but
did
not
take
on,
it
you
down.
don't look on Zillow.
Oh,
You need
okay.
to look on the parcel where
On the part, oh, like.
where it would give, yes, it gives detailed information, and for each house, it tells you whether it's considered, how it's classified in terms of.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I've
I mean,
drive
just the
by.
fact that you didn't see any pictures of it, it's hard to
Right.
tell then.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would assume it's probably not quite as nice as mine. I've been driving by it for the last year. Yeah, I never noticed there was like a major renovation that happened, you know, I never saw.
Okay, so
that
you
kind
know
of
the
thing.
house itself.
I know the house itself, yes, it's right down the road from my house. And then the second one that I listed, 452 County Route 2, that I could see pictures, and I was like, yeah, the style of my house is similar to this old farmhouse that they have renovated. But they kind of went above and beyond, as I would imagine most people do before they put a house on the market. And that one sold for $385. And I did the calculations of taking the total assessment minus the land assessment, because it's a smaller parcel. And got, what I thought the house assessment would be, and I feel like the fair comp would be that house.
That's the best comp.
I think that's the closest comp.
What was the address again?
452 County Route 2.
And what did, if you do that calculation there of what it actually came out for the house? when you
Yeah.
Got the land.
Yes, sorry, so if you scroll, if we could look down, 308,800. The square footage is a little smaller, but it's a 3-bedroom and et cetera.
Okay.
And it was fully updated. All right. And then I found some other assessments, other comparables too. And one assessment. So I think like if my house were to be fully, like I really spruced up and put on the market, basically, so I added some of those.
Okay.
Those comps, and then this assessment that I found, that was like close to what so I tried to look at, well, okay, this is what it was assessed at, what other houses were being assessed at that. And I found that there's the one on 70 Store Road, which is right around the corner. But I mean, yeah, so to me, that's like, a really, really fully restored, updated, brand new, everything. Yeah, with like a big barn. Okay, so. And so the pictures that I submitted give you a sense of the condition of things. And yeah, and I included some other assessments outside, other comps outside of Accord. And that's the house. And then with the land, it also seemed high, given that, so I have those two adjacent parcels. They're very, very similar.
Right, but the one that we're talking about here is on 4 acres.
Is only on 4.
Right.
So if the 6 acres is assessed at 109, it seems like the 4 acres should be assessed at a fraction of 2/3.
Okay, the issue though is you paying more for the first acre. So when you start to look at how it's valued, the smaller, it's not like it's straight across the board. It's not like everything is at $10,000 an acre, so if you have it, it's the first actually, depending on where you are, even the first 1/10 of an acre is at a higher amount than the next portion. So it's sort of a tiered level.
Okay. Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's why once you get up into the next 2 acres,
just becomes less and
adding up.
less
Yes,
valuable.
it's less valuable.
Okay, okay.
So that's where you see.
Right, yeah, I see that, and I think that's fair, except that lot, the house is very close to the road. So if I were looking for a house, seems like most people want things to be set a little bit back more. So it'd be different if it were 4 acres and the house was back here.
Hey, Jeremy, you have anything to add?
So it's 101 Lower Whitfield Road. And we ran the comps, selected some more appropriate comps that are older than 1800s. And I'm coming out at 480. 6-acre parcel with the little cottage on it. We ran the comps on that, and that was coming out at 210.
Right.
That's
a whole other-
99 Lower Woodfield?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so, but yeah. It's the SBL that ends in 10.130.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to talk about, we really didn't get into Lower Whitfield. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
99?
I'm sorry.
They're both
yes.
in Lower.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did have something more to say about 101, just because now I understand maybe more, like if the comps were run on this house was built on this foundation 1800, 1800. I bought this house as a foreclosure that been sitting there, highest and best offer kind of thing. I have a feeling that most people who are buying like such an old house are doing like really fancy renovations to. I bought it too because it was very charming, but not with like a huge budget to then make it like this dazzling, just timepiece. Yeah, it was more that it was a foreclosure, and that's what I could afford at the time and renovate things piecemeal. So I wonder if that partly accounts for the comp. Like,
Well,
if
no,
you were
because I
looking
mean, when it's comparing it to the way it is now. Not what it might be or what it could become. So the comps that you're looking at should be comparable in terms of the style, which I mean, it sounds like you're trying to do. And I think Jeremy would be looking at the same thing. So the style, how many
Quality.
bedrooms, what kind of
Quality
heating
of
system,
finishing.
yeah, what kind of heating it does. So all those things are part of it when you're looking at comps.
Is it
So
high
that gets,
quality
yeah,
changes?
yes.
What's the construction, what's the?
So all those things are factored in. It's not just the size of the house. When you actually look at the comps, I mean, it goes down in fairly detailed amount, fairly detailed sections of what is, what the comparables are if you look across.
right, but if we were just looking at the homes that were sold recently, is that how it's done, right? So homes that were sold recently in 2020 something.
Okay,
that
the past
were
year and a half.
Built in 1800.
Well, it doesn't really look at that.
Oh,
No, I mean, that's one of the factors, that's one of the factors, but
yeah.
Yes.
there are also a lot of other things that go into that. I mean, we'll take a look at what Jeremy has and we'll see.
Yeah, because if it were
Oh, I see what you're
really
saying.
old, like
I
if
see
we were
what
looking
you're
at,
trying to say.
then there may be a chance that most people buying that are then turning it into.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the condition of the house,
Put
the
it-
quality of the trim and the
condition,
finishing
Right.
touches. I mean, there's old renovated by the actress down the road, and then
Yeah.
there's old renovated by
Right,
people with a
my
hammer.
cousin and my
Right,
neighbor down
right.
the street, and yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the.
Did you
Argument that I
do you have
think-
anything on your, on the,
I have
One-
177.
oh, you have 177,
I
sorry,
agree.
okay, go ahead,
So
99.
How do you use this?
So I largely use it as an Airbnb.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Mhm.
It's a tiny house.
Yeah, it's a tiny house. It was a garage. It was literally a garage that I added insulation and flooring little by little, took over 3 years.
And the square footage is.
So yeah, so the square footage is the actual garage itself, I still call it a garage, is 270.
Okay.
And I did all those measurements myself because, to make sure everything would fit. I wonder, so and then outside I put in some posts and like a plastic,
Yep, I saw the
thing.
pictures.
Yeah, so unless that was included, but I mean, there's not even, I just laid some gravel on the floor there in the front.
And how old,
So-
let's see, is this 130, 130, and
Yeah.
you redid it in 2020. When was it first built? Do you know?
Oh, yeah, I have no idea. Everybody that looked at it's a metal, everyone that's looked at it is like,
It's a metal garage.
it's a metal garage. I'm like, we can't remember anytime we've seen something like this.
And what's the foundation?
It's a concrete slab.
Slab here, high, and then that was.
I don't know if that included dockets. That was the assessment. I
Yes,
looked it up and it sounded like it was.
a dock, permanent, I can't. Jeremy, any idea what DK3 dock permanent is?
Okay.
Any idea what a DK3 dock permanent is?
Where's that at?
It's on 177. Oh, it's listed, it's listed as an improvement.
Not sure what that one is.
Is that a code on the property record card?
Looks like a dot or something there.
No, I didn't see it on the, I don't know if I printed those. Anyway, yeah, it's not any of the structure codes, that's for sure. It appears on GAR's printout.
What, I
Okay.
don't know what it's a picture, or how much it's figured into.
I
I mean,
don't
there's
know.
nothing that says what replacement value is.
Well, they don't give a replacement value. All right, and then it's on 6.1 acres. Is there anything particular about the land? The 6.1 acres?
Itself, I mean, I'll, in front, it's, I think I didn't look technically, but I'm pretty sure it's classified as wetland. I mean, it just is, gets full of water and then.
Again, that would have to be something that was actually on the map that's been
Okay.
classified.
All right, well, we can
Okay.
talk about wetness.
Yeah.
As
But
well.
wetness, yeah, like you can't, it's like this much water with full of peepers, you know.
In one
Whatever.
area or? what?
So in just in the front, and then it rises up. And that's where the garage sits. And yeah, and then there's some more area that could be buildable, actually. So that little garage, doesn't have a septic. It doesn't, you know, it's not a cottage, I don't think. And then, so there is buildable behind there, right behind the garage. I think there used to be a big barn up there.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. There was a
But
horse
it's,
barn. 3-bay horse barn. Is that still there?
There's I wouldn't call it a barn.
Yeah, it's got a horse in front of it.
How
Oh,
old was that picture?
yeah.
2009.
Oh, yeah, no,
Oh,
no.
2009.
So this must have, yeah, this was there. It's totally gone. It was
Gone.
never there, yeah.
Okay.
I love that photo.
Is this? So this is is that the garage?
Yeah, that's the garage. That's what it
Okay.
was before we
And
changed it.
That's your shed?
Sorry,
This?
next to it?
No,
Oh, this?
no, this one.
This one, yeah, that's the garage. That's the garage that was
That's,
turned into the house.
so, wait a
Yeah.
minute. So this is your house?
This is my house.
That's.
And then I
this
turned
is
that
your-
into a studio, turned into the Airbnb.
Okay.
I took that garage and turned it into.
All
an
right,
Airbnb.
this.
Yeah.
This is on the other property.
Right, they changed the address too, if that helps. So it used to be that my house was 19, the whole thing was 99. And then at some point,
Got
yeah,
changed.
they
Okay.
changed, so.
So this
Yeah.
is cottage, all right.
Yeah, so that's.
It's very important information. And we've already heard from you, Jeremy, and do you have anything else you'd like to add? We've looked at everything, we've now gone over the pictures.
Great.
Good.
I think that's it.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your coming in and
Thank you
explaining the pictures. I thought you had a horse. I was really excited.
Oh, I know.
So
I
what
got
happened
thrown
from
off
like
when-
2009 up to now, a lot changed.
Yeah, I can't believe that whole barn is gone. No remnant of it at all.
It might have been a modular and they just brought it in and they took it out.
That's totally what, I mean, if my house was foreclosed on, that's what I would do.
Mhm.
There's a lot of things with, yeah, all the faucets were gone. You gotta go.
Take you out.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, we just missed our break. Let's take a quick break.
We have to take a quick
Yes,
break.
yes.
We will be sick.
Right. Okay, we're gonna ask you just to wait a little bit longer. Okay.
So you provided the additional information?
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave it to Jillian?
I didn't know if you wanted me to
Now we are,
present. I know you guys need to take a lunch break.
and we are booked.
Yeah,
till the end of the day, so.
so if you need me to come in and further explain, I copied everything. And the presentation. And-
I have the presentation, so.
Okay, and well, I got the agreements. All that, so can I hand this to you or?
You can hand it to me.
Okay.
I'm so happy to take it.
Thank you, and I highlighted everything and put so it
Oh,
corresponded.
you are so wonderful.
It was very difficult to actually get a printout from the parcel
I
viewer,
know, I tried.
because when I click print, it automatically
Did it
brings
give you
me,
little numbers? That's all I got when I printed.
it brought me to the original page
Oh, really?
of the document, so I actually took that with my phone
Oh,
of the parcel
think of that.
and sent it, so there you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, thank you for your time, guys.
Oh, happy to
Yes,
be here.
yes.
Joanne, do you need these to put them, to scan them up or?
That's a question for.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Well, when you get lunch.
We're all, yeah, I've got.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate your handiwork.
Yes, thank you. All right. Take care. Okay. See.
Just one more woman. Like a baby. Oh, yeah, thank you, I got that.
You got
When she was on the phone-
your sugar fix.
No, it's, when he was on the board. I had trouble with the clerks. With my clerks, so I went through a couple of clerks, and one found a job and another one put it. And she said, it's in the public record. She just marches through all the clerks, beats through all the clerks to read. I'm doing someone else. Do not. You belong where you belong.
Okay.
Yeah. Hunched over. It's just not right.
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
I'm getting hunched over.
I know, me too. You don't realize it till you see it in pictures.
I'm gonna be an old lady. Well, no, it's only from these.
Okay.
Huh? Not shoving food down my throat, I'm just saying. We never signed it really. I thought I did. Look, I'm sorry, are you fine? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the 12:30 appointment.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's the one that didn't sign it. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Does anybody have Tylenol? No. Yours is fine.
Well, he has to shut up. Maybe it's on. Okay. So is it acceptable? One. Yeah. Well, currently we are on break. This is why. I also like, but I do apologize. Good. Apologize. All right, now, you never signed this. Oh, I'm so sorry. Not a problem, and that's usually. You go through this consideration facility. Absolutely, okay. Yeah. Sign up here needs to get changed. It says we're going to be voting here on June 1st. So that is. Whoever is in charge of putting signs on the front door. Okay, just to let you know, I sent you a message, but it may not be too understandable. When we scanned the clip, when we scanned the stuff in, a lot of the initial ones, Ron did them as single pages. But then he didn't have the attachment with it. So we went through those that are as singles, found the ones that had attachments, scanned those again. And so they're in a package that now has the numbers through it that says with attachments. Still not clear. It's not clear scanning. They all had attachments, right? They all had to get taken apart. So. You go to. That's what I'm looking at. Right. If I go to submissions, no, it's not submissions, grievances. And then I have. Then you should be another folder. Assessor notes. That's it. I don't have another. No, that's it. All right, okay, you want me to show you. So what happened? I see it, I mean, okay, here, so then it says their notice. Okay, so originally these were all done as singles. So this is G1, he says, right, and then we have two things, and it says this, that. As I was saying, so these were done as individuals. Then we realized some of these had, Ron was just doing the front page and not the attachment to it. So then those that were like that.
Oh,
we
no, I
took
got it.
off.
Often the comps were in the attachment, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So then there was another one here that we ran them off again with the attachments. It says G5 to G36 extra info. Okay, so what I would do is go into that one first and pull it. And then if something's missing, then you go up to like G3, because that's just a cover page. Okay. Mhm.
You guys have a few more moments. I'm sorry, what? They'll call you. They'll call, okay, no, it's not all.
Oh, you can say,
Okay, so.
I see.
Amazing how many of these you read, it's almost like a scene.
Water. Water. We have fields that just stay flooded.
Yeah,
Yeah, and in fact, we had one of our fields re-examined and it's now. A wetland.
yeah,
Conditions basically.
yeah.
We actually had our designation change, was the surveyor was in.
Question, what a foundation is, do we need to dynamite?
So it's, yeah,
Yeah.
it's either that or do we need some pump?
We go with the French drainage.
I think that's what we have around our house. Which, where our house is bad, because we're sort of up on a hill. But then down when we get into the other areas and you hit where the water is. Sometimes you can't even walk through it. Oh, right, right.
It's. There's starters everywhere.
No.
It's everywhere. There's no school bus.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I love the guy and I would
Right.
never.
Right.
I would never use that as a reason to reduce the value of my property, which I'm sure it does. But I have. I'm like saying, by the way, guys, well, disaster area across the road. Third of my profit was straight up hill.
Yeah.
Across the other side of the stream, I can't get to it. Well, there's no way you could ever. All right,
I mentioned that. Get me very far. I don't.
Almost ready?
There's a big mushroom.
Second.
Or roasted mushroom, oh no, farro. Oh, let me just finish it. Well, I'm not up, am I? No. Mhm. Um,
Ready to do it? Ready to go?
Are you one
Finish eating? Yeah.
on to do it?
Okay, let's start again. And Ms. Wyatt, come on up. And we'll swear you in. So,
Solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability. So.
yes, I do. Absolutely. Okay, so we have your information, but it's always useful if you go ahead and tell us your story.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So my husband and I, from the area, almost our entire lives,
Mhm.
both graduated from Ronald Valley High School. His parents graduated from Ronald Valley High School.
That gets you nothing, go
I
ahead.
completely. So we both moved out of the area for a little bit. My husband's ex-military. I was married to a different man who was in the military service. So we both left, right? When we got together, we decided we wanted to come back home. So when we were looking, we figured out what we were able to afford, what our purchasing options were. So after looking all over, we decided that we wanted to do this area because taxes we could afford. We chose a house that was $250,000 when we purchased it 3 years ago because we could afford that.
Mhm.
He works full time, I work full time. Not a sob story. I have 2 children. So it's not like we're not trying to, add to the community, what have you. It's not like, we come up here not working, not paying taxes, not trying to bring the next generation in. So having the assessment that we received this past year almost doubled our property value. That's not something that within 3 years I see is feasible, only because we added a roof to our house and that was it. We don't have any other additional things. It's reclassified us from a single family home or single family residence to a multifamily residence. So it's just a lot of it doesn't make any sense in my eyes as to why it would double within 3 years. Or more than double within 3 years, because I think the assessment that we had when we purchased the home was $260,000.
That was the assessment though, not the market value, correct?
Correct.
So, but then tell us a little, I mean. I hear you,
Yes, of
but
course.
most of that, we can't let influence us. So
Understand.
how you got
Understandable.
here, what has happened to your taxes, we
Gotcha.
can't look at any of that. What we have to understand is what your house is like and why you, or the land that you were on, problems with the land, problems with the property that you feel may not have been taken into account when they did the assessment. And I think you
Gotcha.
tried to go into that a little bit.
A little bit. So
Right.
how, I don't understand how, if we've done nothing to better the value. And I understand, like, you're looking at the comparatives to the properties around you and what you have to offer. We don't, have. It's not like we put a roof on, it's not like we redid any kind of a siding. The inside of the home, it's not like we did any kind of major improvements. We haven't, done anything in that aspect of modifying and improving the home. It's not like we purchased a home to improve. It's a 1987. The boiler is still from 1987. So it's not like we did anything to try to flipped the home to increase the, you know, the value of the home in that aspect. We moved in, painted a couple walls and put a roof on because we had to. So I just, you know,
Okay, but you're not giving us anything to work with. There's a number of homes that have done the same thing, where they've doubled in value, not, you know, from the market value to what the assessed value is. So then your requirement is to come to us and say, okay, well, here's other houses that are similar to mine. Similar circumstances, this type of house, and I'm looking at other ones, and this is what they sold for. The market has gone up. So it's not necessarily that anything has happened with your house in particular, just that the market has gone up overall. So what we have to look at is, so were you unfairly assessed if you look at another house that's similar to yours? Were there houses that were sold that were much below that are exactly like
similar,
yours?
gotcha.
Right.
I do have a question with that. How is it that I can be reclassified and rezoned with this assessment? If nobody came out to look at the property?
I can't answer that question. Ask the assessor. Jeremy, do you have any input into that?
I'm not sure what she's talking about, what you're talking about, but
What were you classified as before? You said.
I
before-
purchased it as a single family resident and now I'm being reclassified as multi.
280 multiple residents or something there, because it's a single family house and a mobile home on the property, correct?
So when I purchased it, it was listed as an asset on the property. It wasn't listed as multiple dwellings. And then I purchased, it's on a trailer. It's not plugged into anything. It's on wheels. It's like a car cabin on one that we use for storage. So I don't know if it's because it has a roof that I was classified as a multifamily, but there's one dwelling that is lived in. The other dwelling was classified when I purchased the home as a asset, not a home. And then the other one's just wheels on land.
And again, if there's a house and a mobile home, there's 2 residents on the property, so it's multiple.
Let me just ask a different question. Would that end up influencing how you were assessed?
She has a mobile home 66 by 14, yeah. And that is not the one that's wheels on the ground, that's a separate.
Entity in its own, yes.
It's a separate entity, and
That's-
you don't have 2. There are 2 mobile homes on your,
So it's,
right, there's only one that's listed here that.
yes, the other one, it's, like I said, it's just wheels on the ground. It was a cabin on the campground. We purchased it. There's nothing plugged
Right,
into
it's
it. The
not-
town,
Right, it's not, and it wasn't taken into account. in
Okay.
the assessment.
gotcha.
It's only the mobile home. Is that occupied?
No. It's not even a floor in there.
There's no floor in the mobile home?
No. Like there's like the base floor, but there's no like flooring, anything like that in there. Nobody lives in it.
Okay,
It's-
but my question before was if, Jeremy,
Yes.
if it's classified as a multiple residence versus a single family, would that make any difference in terms of how it was assessed?
Yes,
I mean, I understand, yes, you will now assess 2 homes that are there,
correct.
but other than that, is there anything that would be different?
Yeah, single family house with the new improvement, additional improvement of a mobile home on the property.
Okay.
And again, we weren't.
Okay, so
aware
then the
that-
question really is how that additional building
Well, what shape?
or additional mobile home is being classified.
I'd say it's a 93 with 0 updates.
Okay, so it seems to me that's the issue, at least one of the issues in there is what is, what is that? How much is that being valued at?
Is it habitable?
Right now, currently, no. Like I said, it's down to the subfloorings. There's
And it's still on wheels or not on wheels?
It's still on wheels.
Still on wheels. okay.
Yes,
So it's like somebody came to visit you with their mobile home that was not in good condition and it's parked there
pretty much. Both of the,
and it's not connected to anything.
I believe that it is connected to water and electric.
Okay,
The one that I had purchased prior to buying the home or after buying the home, that one is not connected to anything, but the one that's in question on the assessment is tied in.
okay, then I'm confused. There's the house you live in.
Yes,
Okay, now what else is there?
so there's the house that I live in,
Right?
there's a house that was, or the trailer that was on the property when I purchased it.
But it's there now, okay.
Yes.
So the one you live in, there's another trailer that is there.
That was there when we purchased it.
Okay.
Yes.
So
And
that's
then
two.
there's, it's what was a cabin at a campground.
Which one of those three
Wait,
is
wait,
on
when you say it
wheels?
was a cat.
The two of them are on wheels, the trailer and the cabin.
Okay, so you have one house, one cabin on wheels and another mobile home on wheels.
Correct.
Okay,
And the property came with the mobile,
Correct.
and the cabin on wheels is the one that you use for storage.
Correct.
Okay. So it's probably,
okay, but you have nothing that would show us similar properties to yours and what they have been sold.
Not
at?
other than what's on the assessment that we had where it shows the comparables.
Okay, and that was where you came out at 200,000,
The 260,
260,000.
yes,
Right. And that was done back in
2022.
2022, and how many of the buildings that we're talking about now were on the property at that time?
It was the home that I live in,
Right,
and then the single wide
okay,
that was there when I purchased it.
okay, and no cap,
No cabin.
okay. Okay, Jeremy, do you have anything you want to add?
So I did take a look at this one, contacted me, contacted me maybe a month or so ago. We reran everything and was coming up with a reduction to 460.
Do you have any comments to make about the built about structures being on wheels and whether they are considered
Yes.
yes, you have something to say?
Mobile homes on wheels. I don't have the exact wording in my
Right.
head, but something, if it sits in the property longer than 60 days, it can basically be assessed as real property.
Okay.
With that, I do have a question. If it's not tied into anything, essentially it's a tow behind trailer, because if there's no electric, there's no water, just for my own personal knowledge. Would that rule still apply?
So it sounds like that one we have just as a shed or something like that there, that one, because I think we only just have the one mobile home that with technically Apple.
Gotcha. Okay, that's just curious about how that would play into it, because I understand things change, times change, cost of living goes up. But just for my general understanding, if I purchased it as an asset, not as a home, how does the assessment change that? You know what I'm saying?
So for assessment purposes, things are different than what you're thinking.
Gotcha.
Because
Because it was explained when we purchased the home that it's considered an asset as if it was no different than a shed, because it is on wheels, has electricity to it, has plumbing to it, but it's considered an asset, not in a multiple family home, because that was something that we talked about during our application with the mortgage, was it's a mortgage for a single family dwelling. So it was listed as an asset through the town, that it's no different than a shed because it has the wheels and what have you. So how is it now that being assessed, it would change my
is this the first
listing?
time you've been assessed as a multiple residence?
Yes,
Well, it could be something also was never looked at before.
gotcha.
Because, with all the places that are around, this is really the first time in a long time where actual properties are being looked at and seeing what's there and seeing what the circumstances are.
Gotcha.
Okay. Jeremy, do you want to ask, answer any, add anything else?
I think that's about it there. We have the house and one mobile home, that's why it's multiple residents there. So if there's more than one living structure on the property, it would classify it as a 280 or 281, multiple residents.
Yeah, 281.
All right, we will take I'm sorry, did you want to add
No,
anything
that's all.
else? Okay, so we will take a look at what we have here and what Jeremy has added. And we will get something back to you by July 1st.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Sarah Dillian? I have a Sarah and a Daniel. I'm assuming you're the Sarah.
I'm the Sarah.
Okay. Okay, we'll need to send
Thank
you.
you for your patience, by the way.
No problem.
We needed that salad bathroom.
That's okay. We all needed some sugar injection.
You solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so.
I swear.
Okay. So have your information in front of me, but why don't you give us a rundown of what you're looking for? You don't need to,
Yeah.
explain everything that's in the files because we have looked at the files. but-
Yeah, just in general, yeah, there's great confusion over the process. One, to get information on your property, on your process, and what the process is to challenge it. So I've been going back and forth and trying to figure this all out.
It's something that normally we don't delve into, and then all of a sudden you're into a new process and I agree, it's a steep learning curve.
Yeah, and looking back, looking at learning about this new assessment and looking back. And I know there's no change to previous years and previous taxes and everything else, but there have been errors on my property card and on my land influence codes. But didn't notice and didn't know how to interpret. So we started with a 200% influence percentage on my land in prior years based on views and location. And it's seemingly arbitrarily changed without.
Well, a 200 influence would be positive.
It means it's valued higher.
Correct, yeah.
And now it's down to 60%.
Well, it's a 40% discount on 28 of the acres because of the topography. So it's lowering your assessment.
Right. So it
go
started
in
off,
the
right,
direction.
like March, it was 200%. I found a lot of errors on my property card. I submitted them to GAR. GAR came back with a reduction on my improvements, but not my land value. It was still valued at the 200%. So the May 1st rolls have a reduction in the total, but not a reduction in the land. So the land is still based on the 200%.
655.
Right.
And then if you rerun it with the influence codes and you take 40% off of the 28 acres.
Right.
Come up with a different number.
Right. So I'm asking my land value to be reduced and have that reduction be reflected in the total assessment.
Okay, you want your land value reduced to?
I don't know what I.
Oh,
put
okay,
on
it's
that.
in here. If it's in here, I have it.
It's in there, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you have both the land and the whole total amount split out separately.
So on your assessment, it is, it says,
Right.
it says land and then it has total.
The same thing you are having
Right.
split out as well.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and she has influence.
Right. So and in addition, after I submitted some changes to GAR, after reading the New York State Assessor's Manual, I found additional errors on my property card.
The whole thing?
I searched through some stuff, but I read a lot of it. I read a lot about the process. I read about the stuff that pertained to my type of property.
Right, yes, okay.
Not the whole, but
Just
so, yes. So I found additional errors.
Okay, so let's
So-
go through.
Yeah, so my house, according to the assessor's manual, is not a 1.5-story house.
Right, okay.
It's a 1-story house because the 1.5
knee
story is defined as the knee walls have to be 4 feet at the eaves, and mine goes all the way down to the eaves. We do have like a 2-foot knee wall, so it's not going right into the corner, but that's at the, the edge of the room. So the square footage should be reduced as it should be calculated on usable living area.
3,067.
So, right. And there is, and it's considering it's not a 1/2 story, but it's a room above an unheated garage. And then part of it is not above the garage, but it's the stair landing in an open loft. And so on the details, again, not an assessor trying to figure this out. I put that square footage under finished attic space. And then the other square footage that was above the garage in the unfinished or the finished area above the garage. Oh my God, like. And I lost my job recently, so I've had all this time.
And you're looking for a new job. She's halfway there.
Right, and so there's also an enclosed porch listed on my improvements, and I do not have an enclosed porch. That wasn't on last year's card, but it appeared on this year's card. And then just in general, I have an objection to the change in the neighborhood. And I don't think this is your responsibility at all here,
No.
but yeah, it just seems arbitrary and I've spoken with Jeremy about it and I just still don't understand
How you went
the
from
logic in this. How we went,
44,004 to 44,001.
right, which
Right, I'm not sure the land values changed that much though.
20%. If I stayed in neighborhood 4 compared to being in neighborhood 1, it's neighborhood 1 is 20% higher than it would have been if I was in neighborhood 4.
Across all of the tiers? Or just-
Across, yeah, so the calculation, because I know how to calculate land value based on those tables.
I know, but because I actually looked at the land tables and I thought at least for the first 5 acres, that would be similar.
It might be, but I have 33 acres, so I have
Right,
5
Getting it.
5 primary and 28 residual.
Residuals. Yeah.
So
Residuals, it was. Like
I could recheck my numbers, but the calculation I did was with the same influence code, if I was in neighborhood 4 versus being in neighborhood 1 for these current land tables are 20% higher. So it's just,
Have you given us this all written down?
all of it's in here. Yeah,
Okay.
everything I've said is in here.
Okay.
With pictures of
Oh,
the
I
roof
remember seeing
line.
all these, yes, I
Picture
remember
of the
this one now,
room.
yes.
Picture of the landing.
I couldn't figure that one out until I realized I'm looking down the stairs.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to show the stairs come up, there's a landing, and then there's a small loft over but
Yeah.
that's not above the garage, so that's why I separated it out to be more accurate.
Mhm.
Do you mind if, given where we are on time, if she just adds things that may not be in that written or?
But I think everything is
Yeah,
everything is
yeah,
there.
because there's a lot there.
Yeah,
Well, what would you, taking into account all of the errors, and I'm sure you've done this, you've separated the land assessed value from the total and come up with a assessed value for the house. What would you have the house valued at? The house portion.
I have to calculate, I don't know if I did the house portion.
Okay, it
Just
would
have
have
the total
been,
and take out the land.
it would have been
Yeah.
579. If we take out the land, it would be 579,000.
Okay.
What is it that you're looking for the house?
Yeah, I looked at the land and then the total. I think I reduced it.
Right,
I reduced the improved based on the reduction to the square footage.
okay,
And I'm not sure if I have that detail.
all right.
Or if she has a land in the other one, just.
Did you only come up with a
It's a-
total figure?
it was
or did you break
approx-
it down?
I did the land and then the total, and I think it was like the reduction in square footage was a 5% reduction based on calculating it by usable.
Right, so 579 would be reduced by 5%, the rest would go to changes in land based off.
Right,
Yeah,
and I
most
left the land at 448, which is what Jeremy had calculated based
Right.
on the
Influence codes. And
influence codes and everything else. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I have. What I didn't have is the 5% on.
yeah, it's hidden in all the documents here.
All right, well, that, thank you very much. That I needed. Jeremy, do you have anything you'd like to add?
So this one, this was 3,200 square foot, give or take, new construction, every house on 33 acres at the base of the Schwalm Bridge. I made an adjustment to the land due to topography and wetness about a month or two ago. Made an offer of 1,545,000 to the property owner, which she did not accept. He then went through GAR did end up lowering it to the 1,214,000, which would have been based off the adjusted land value of the 448, but a type of graphical error was occurred and the land value was not updated to the 448. So.
Okay, so what?
448.
So, yeah, we agree that.
But GAR had the original land value and the original property card with the 200%.
Right. So what are you coming out as on the current total assessed value?
I was coming up with 1,545,000. Last year.
That also wasn't with.
Wait, 1,545,000. It's currently 1,214,000.
Right, I was coming out 1,545,000. I don't necessarily agree with the reduction GAR did. I was at 1,587,000 last year. But put a partial assessment on it, 63% complete.
Okay,
Okay. All right, we've heard from the assessor.
okay, thank you. You will hear from us by July 1st. We'll take into account what you pulled together and what the assessor has to say, and then come up with it.
Right, and I'd just like to say that he's calculating based on the original property card without the reductions that should be made.
I thought he
Anyway.
said he did, oh,
The land,
the land.
but he's still saying that the house is 3,200 square feet. Where it's not, where it's been classified differently. So, and incorrectly, and there's no enclosed porch and there's no, so.
okay.
Yeah, I have all that.
I've included the plans that I came up with my calculation that was submitted to the building department, was given to me to come up with the square footage.
Okay. You have that in all you'll pass on to us?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Next. Are you Mr. Linville or Mr. Tynek?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Linville.
Linville, okay. All right, come on up and we will swear you in first.
Okay.
You solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so.
I do.
Okay, so you have two properties that you are coming forth with.
Yes, that's right.
87 Maple Lane. Another one I just have here is Maple Lane. Does that have a number?
It does not. It's just a vacant land
Okay.
lot that we bought 2 years ago.
Oh. All right, so why don't you, if you want to take a lead on the house?
Okay. Why don't, you're asking for 300,000 on the house?
Yes.
So, okay, why don't you tell us why it should be, I think it's 574?
Yes, that's right.
So why you think it's 300 is like.
Yeah, I have about 3 or 4 talking points for this one. So we purchased the home exactly 10 years ago for 161,000, and the new assessed value is 574,000. It's up about $400,000 in 10 years. The GAR associate, and then I used for the basis of that 300,000, I used the town's list of recent sales.
And then I filtered it for properties that I felt were similar in terms of age, style, size, numbers of bedrooms, baths. So then I just filtered it down and I found 10 properties that I felt were comparable. The average of those, let's see, came to about $301,000, and the median price of those 10 that I demonstrated there was about 289,000. So I kind of went with 300,000 as
Provide that, all that to us.
yes, I have another
You've given it to us already.
yes, that was part of the
Okay.
grievance that I filed. That's yours.
Which would you say was the best comparable one that you would go with?
I'm sorry.
The one that's most comparable.
Oh, yeah, so I listed the one that was most comparable, which at the bottom, it's 32 Dector Drive, that's.
There?
Yes, so that's a house that is literally a couple streets over. It's the one that's like sort of closest to us in proximity, but also closest in terms of, you know, it's a one-story ranch with the same number, you know, square footage and bedroom, bath and condition built around the same time. So that one was a little higher than the average, but I included it there as what I felt was a little more similar to our home.
How about the acreage? Is that the same, more or less?
Actually, not, the information that we had from the town didn't list acreage, so it was probably similar. My property is 1.95 acres. This one,
Do you know this house at all?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so, but I mean, so the acreage is similar, it's not talking like they have 30 acres.
Yeah, the acreage might be a little less on this one,
Okay.
to be
It's
fair.
not like they have a whole big.
Although we can.
No, I'm thinking it's probably like one or a little over
Okay.
one, and I'm at 1.95. So
Okay, so you're the general ballpark.
yeah.
Drive. Search.
Okay.
Oh, and sorry, one last point is just, and I'm not sure, I filed something when I spoke with one of the town board members, but there was a mistake on the survey that we got in terms of the garage having an apartment over it. It does not. It's just a simple two-car garage. That's pretty much what I wanted to present for this.
Okay,
for this
and
one.
we have all that information.
Yes.
We didn't all print it out because we're killing a lot of trees, so we're starting to look at, as we
Sure.
do each one, we're starting to try to look online at what you submitted, so as long as you have that there.
Right, and the
Okay,
32 Dector have 1.10 acres.
okay.
And porches and partitions.
Okay, then the other portion that you wanted to talk about was your vacant land? Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Jeremy, did you want to say anything on this one?
This one had changed the look in comp that was selected, I reran them, selected what I think were some more appropriate ones. I am now coming up with 490. If I'm not mistaken, did you convert a portion of the garage to studio space or something a year or two ago?
Oh, there was like an old woodshed that was on the back of the garage, sort of a hand-built one, and it was not a safe structure, so we tore it down and we just had a professional carpenter put in, kind of recreate it, but so that's what we got permission from the town to do.
So we just have a 768 square foot garage there.
Yes, that's not true.
And no studio anywhere?
No.
No studio?
No,
Oh.
sheds or studios.
All right, so go ahead on the land now.
Okay, so the story with the land, we purchased this from our neighbor who has about 75 acres. There's this one little bit of a little over 3 acres that sort of juts out toward High Meadow. It really looks like it should be part of High Meadow, but there's no access to that road. So it's kind of like a little, you know, like a landlocked little parcel. They were trying to sell it to someone to build a house, but they weren't able to get access to High Meadow. You know, with the current neighbor who had a yard there, he didn't want to sell access to that property. The only other access, there's a right of way technically from the end of Maple Lane. Our house is the very last house in the lane, dead end. And so technically there's a right of way if someone wanted to cut down a giant black walnut and go through someone's yard and then cut a path through a forest to get to that property. And actually I have a picture and it might help. So this is our house.
Okay.
This is the lot that got cut off from like 75 acres over
Okay,
here.
and this is what you're talking about here.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. And this is where logically, like if someone built a house here, they would access it from High Meadow, but there's no access there. So that's kind of what made the
Yeah,
land.
okay, so who owns this property?
That's owned by this house and they own all the way over to like there.
Okay, so they would have to grant them access. to
Right,
it.
and the previous owners were negotiating with them and they just refused because they didn't want a house built here. Yeah.
Okay.
So in addition, yep.
So your house is where?
My house is right here, yeah, on this side. So the only way to get here would be to kind of cut through this forested area to build a road, and we didn't want that to happen. We just wanted to kind of conserve the space and not have.
I'm sorry, how far up does your property here go?
So our property goes to about here.
Does it touch that?
Yeah, it touches that barely.
What, for defensive purposes, sort of?
Yeah, so we just, yeah, we didn't want building happening there and a road to go through our yard and you have, you know, a dog and all this. So it was just like, that was our primary purpose. And then when we agreed to the sale, they sold it to us with a conservation easement. They used to have an agricultural designate. I guess they still do have an agricultural designation on their property. We were a little misrepresented to us when they sold it to us that we would inherit that exemption.
Yeah.
I understood from my conversation with Mr. Rocca that not how that works. That you know, we would have to kind of apply for our own exemption, agricultural exemption based on our use of the property. And since it's only 3 acres and we're not farming it or using it for some income purposes, we really don't qualify for like an agricultural. Well, it was part of our title, so
Oh, so deeded.
it was a,
Deeded.
yeah, it was a note and I just outlined it there. But it says that we can only use the property for agricultural purposes. We can't build any structure for residential purposes ever. Until such time that our neighbors who sold it to us, if they move, we got that restriction that it would be lifted, but
So it's
they're
conditional.
there for a long time.
No terminating, substitution continues as long as any properties.
Yeah, if they,
Yeah.
yeah, if as long as they or one of their children or
Descendants.
something holds on to the property, then this is kind of a forever easement on the property. And then our use of the property right now.
I'm sorry,
Oh, sure, sure.
just to make sure. So essentially what it says is you can't do anything with this. You
Right.
can't build on it.
Right.
You can use it for your own personal purposes, but for nothing else.
If there's an agricultural purpose,
okay.
so we could put
Agricultural
a,
uses would
yeah,
be
we
allowed
could put a
for
barn.
barns or Sheds.
Yeah.
Okay,
The removal of any existing trees from the property which have a diameter of 5 inches or greater, except to remove those trees and limbs. So it's got anti-timbering. It's got an agricultural restriction.
okay.
Yeah.
I took a picture of them.
Okay.
I think that's.
All right.
So we purchased the property from them for 75,000, mostly to just protect it.
Right.
We kind of felt that was a little overvalued. They originally just had 75,000, no conditions. We said, great. And then they came back with this easement. And we said, well, that makes it less valuable. You know, we can't sell it or build on it or whatever, but we just went ahead and agreed to pay the 75. So that's why we felt like even though we paid 75, that was probably a little overvalued, given the easement. See what else I wanted to mention on this. Oh, and so like the current use, we've sort of created kind of a little park for our neighborhood. I maintain a path around the perimeter of the land. We put in a couple park benches and some wildflower beds and bird houses, and we have about 12 of our neighbors, 12 households that use it for dog walking, skiing. It's actually, it's been in the neighborhood as vacant property for a long time, so people were already using it kind of that way. So we thought, our only objective is to kind of keep it as sort of open space, and for the enjoyment of not only us, but our neighbors as well. And so we're open to also, the board member I met with, Michael Coleman, mentioned the Rondalis Opus Land Conservancy. So we're going to follow up with them to kind of talk about the process of getting more of a designation of it as a conservation space. So that's like one thing that we're pursuing, but that's kind of our intention with the land, is just kind of leave it open for the enjoyment of our neighbors and ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you have anything to add?
So in light of the new information there, I'd say it sounds more like a residual type of lot than, a buildable one currently in its current state.
And, okay, presently at 111.
Yes.
And it's 005. No, it's 03.
Okay, so we will get back to you by July 1st.
Okay.
It's something in writing, on both of the projects.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I leave copies of just my outline of?
Sure. Great,
notes?
great, great. Well, love it. Actually, I'm gonna give that to Cliff, but see, if has the other properties, and then I will make a copy, you know, make a copy.
And then I'll just make a picture.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Sorry.
Set.
There's one more.
Okay, thank you. Your original now, huh?
Yeah, that's fine.
Easy. But
We have it on your computer.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
great. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Wildlife Park is a nice thing.
All right. Okay, I don't have a name for this one.
It's a condominium, 4,000 condominium.
Right, but for the name I have Zalata Ossen Road.
No, it's,
What did I have on my name?
yeah,
You have a name.
you didn't have, of course, because I see, you had the wrong, unit number. It's,
We filed 2 applications because we pay taxes separate.
I'm sorry, why don't you come on up?
come on up.
Come on up.
Is
Let's
it
swear you in
Volodymyr,
first.
Your first.
Volodymyr Havrada, last name Havrada, HAVRADA.
Okay.
Oh.
We need to swear you in first.
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Kristen. So nice.
Do you solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Okay.
So I see that, in the materials that you provided us with, you have something from condominium.
Yes.
Okay. And just to clarify, because I think there was some confusion over so we're talking about, let me make sure I have it. It's, unit 25, correct?
My unit is 25, but we got. Okay.
Right. And the one that you were talking about being renovated and everything was unit 26.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, why don't you? I just write that down and you will come. Okay, so you want to just, you have any additional information, first of all, beyond what?
I have the same information which I provided.
So then why don't we run through what you are basing your request on?
First of all, Town of Rochester has inventory data error. So first of all, it's classification error. The town database lists this property as standard, detached, ranch style, single family residence. This is not. This is condominium unit sharing mirroring duplex. And it's not single family.
Right.
Secondary, bedroom inventory error.
Right.
Town records listed this as 3-bedroom apartment or home. Physically, it's 2-bedroom, and I attached all
Right, we saw the plans.
the plans.
Yeah.
Second, and the third one, square footage inventory error. Town of Rochester credits this property with 1,280 square feet. The actual inventory is 1,180 square feet. And I attached that document as well.
Yes.
Okay, next one. Baseline market evidence. The mirrored unit was sold in March 2024 for $160,000. And I have attached deed.
Right,
So,
and that was a foreclosure sale.
foreclosure.
Sale.
Even this was foreclosure, it was well advertised and.
25 participants showed up.
Exactly, yeah. Even after that, that unit was completely demolished, entirely rebuilt and physically extended.
Mhm.
So it's mean the original unit, like mine and everybody else, the $160,000 purchase price, it's remains the only market benchmark
Mhm.
for this type of units. So in conclusion, we ask him to reduce assessed value from $234,000 to $160,000.
Okay, and that's based on the one foreclosure sale.
Yep,
Mhm.
So, so I understand. So it was a foreclosure sale at $160,000.
Right.
But then it had to be completely redone.
exactly. And on top of that, the unit was resold. So
Can I let Jeremy talk, because I'm thinking this is where, because it's a condominium, they have to come in something. We have the whole thing. I see what that's.
We don't have anything, we don't have it, it's not sufficient. It's a submission that's been this individual.
we submitted to, I personally submitted application and condominium submitted application as well.
Yeah.
And I have.
Could we ask Jeremy to talk about the issue here with the submission?
Yes, so individual unit owners can grieve their assessments, but they are required to prove the value of the condominium complex as a whole. And then allocate the value to their individual units to support a reduction. If the Board of Managers wants to file a grievance on behalf of all the unit owners, they must have a written authorization from each unit owner file.
They do have the authorization. It's in you saw
And
the
again,
additional submission.
in the complex is valued on an income approach value.
Okay. And that isn't.
Not on the sales comparison approach.
Okay.
You have attached two legit arm's length sales in the past couple of years, and they're 190, the other is at 499.
That was the one that was completely gutted.
Yeah, it was completely rebuilt like standard.
This population is at 190.
No, the 499 is the 160. After.
Yeah,
Yeah. But what he's saying is that because it's a condominium unit, approach to valuation is very different. Yes, you can provide the individual grievance, but it has to be in the context of the value of the entire condominium and then your portion of that value. And we don't have that information about the complete condominium.
I understand, but $234,000, no unit was sold for that price at all.
Well, the unit 26 just sold for 499,000.
Right, I know that. That unit was completely rebuilt.
Oh, yeah,
It
the
is rebuilt
glass walls
and extended.
yeah,
And it has all the latest technology in the heating system, pump heats, heated floors, everything. Everything it was rebuilt and we cannot count this unit.
right, no, it was definitely different from all of the other units.
Yeah. So
But
original,
it still has to, in terms of the way you can approach the
But-
grievance.
we paying taxes separately. We're not paying taxes by condominium.
That matter?
Again, because they do pay individually, they do have the right to file.
File.
individually.
Okay, but it has to be within the context.
And just an FYI, market values on all of them last year were, most of them in there were 237, 736, and went down to 234 this year.
Right, last year. your
Majority of
market
that saw a
value was
reduction.
137. So it's actually, it's gone down. You've got the total valuation of your property from last year.
I understand, but
2%.
no
I'm
unit
I'm
was.
sorry, but it seems like the bottom line is the way that you are applying for this is not legal. It is not,
It
it's
doesn't
not,
meet the legal requirements for,
Okay,
Consideration.
so
so next year, work with the condominium to
we
get
file application on behalf of condominium as well. We have that application. You should have that application.
You should have it.
We filed that
Is it
application.
a different number or?
I filed personally,
Okay.
and I've been told that condominium have to file separate.
G168 maybe?
I have.
this is 168.
Yeah.
And this is an individual file.
Yeah,
I mean, it said that's what was confusing because it says the owner is the condominium with, I think, your name after it. But it really is not an application from a condominium.
So that's the one that had a list of all the units.
Right,
That's
right,
right.
but all that was doing was showing that these are the ones that are in the condominium.
So yeah, I wasn't sure.
it wasn't
Right.
evaluation,
No.
and it was, I looked at it as an
So-
authorization for him to, file, but without the requisite information.
Yeah, I guess Joanne showed me that real quick and I was like, that's up to the board to confirm what this is.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that I could see there's anything here from the condominium. There's something that indicates
Right.
these are all the buildings in the condominium.
But what we're going to do
Right.
is we are going to look at the submission very carefully. We're gonna get from the assessor the requirements for filing as a condominium. And then based on our review of both of those pieces of information, we'll figure out if it can go forward. If it can go forward, then we will consider your comp and your request.
I understand, but it's kind of not fair. We file application, everyone file application with GAR. We went to assessor office, and now we getting all this additional information. It's not fair. Why we didn't get that information before when we went to your office?
The meeting, whoever came into my office, I mentioned that the whole complex would have to be briefed to whoever was in my office that day.
This wasn't said.
Okay, but there's always things.
I
But
understand.
let us see, we're not here to make a decision right now.
I
We're
understand.
here to gather the relevant information, which we have. We
Uh,
have, this isn't the complete information that you
okay,
brought, but we have access to all of that information. I have reviewed everything you submitted. We're gonna get additional information from the assessor in terms of the rules, and then we get back to you. You can describe what the process is. Getting back to him.
Yes, well, by Joan, you will not hear anything. You will hear something before July 1st.
okay,
That will give you a determination on whatever modification might be made. And then at that time, you can then get back with, if you're not satisfied with the agreement. But in the meantime, you may want to get together with the assessor just to see what the legal requirements are.
For filing as a condominium.
and we did file.
We did file last Tuesday.
Yep.
We filed that application.
We have that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Have a
Thank
good
you for
day.
your time. Have a good one.
This is one of them.
Great job. It's a dress company. Maybe there's a separate complaint file. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
Well, you know, when you look at it,
It looks like I went back down, but it's not easy.
yeah, you see.
Okay,
These. And then it's the authorized representative.
yeah, that's what I saw. That's why it was hard to tell, that it was actually.
Hard to say.
Okay,
115 isn't here, but 130 is, Connor Lawrence.
okay, want to jump the line?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're gonna have to swear
Again?
Have you been?
Huh?
we're gonna swear you in.
We're asking you to stay.
Stand.
I didn't know it was that official.
It's so tall. You
We
should-
are. What is he?
Actually, do you know, your uncle's.
He's not. No, I got it from my mom's side.
Okay.
Do you solemnly affirm or swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability?
I do.
So it's a second to find you.
No worries. I'm a little bit late to this whole process anyways, so a little bit of a last minute shock, because I never got my original letter, my assessment letter. Somebody else made me aware of it. I had the wrong, my old address on file. So I never received a letter. I found, I was surprised. It was Tuesday afternoon. The day deadline I found out, I was like, so.
Okay, so let's
All right, so you have 25 acres?
No.
Nope.
0.5.
2.5. 25 would be great, and then I wouldn't be here.
3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1428 square feet. You have some costs. Why don't you tell us, it's assessed at 556, 556,000, you say 375. Tell us why you think that's appropriate.
So did a little bit of research on, again, last minute research, comparable homes that sold. Again, they were anywhere between, $250 something thousand range to the mid fours, realistically. I mean, I bought the homes, my first home. I'm still there with my family. I paid $75,000 for the house back in 2017. I did a renovation to it, a modest renovation. I can't see it being worth the 556. And if I could get that at market, I'd have been very happy with it, but I realistically don't see it being valued at that.
So you've given, I see some comps here on Route 2 Turnpike.
I'm sorry, did you provide any more information on comps than just what you have written?
Just those three properties. They were.
But nothing that shows us how they're comparable?
Right,
I-
we can look them up on God.
We
I-
can, but it's.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the process, again, I do apologize. I would have given you a bit more information. Again, it was 6 o'clock after work. And I had to do that to at least get my submission in. What I did was I went on Zillow, looked up, homes built between, same time frame my home was, from the 50s to the 2000s. Comparable square footage.
We're taking that into.
I did take that into, yeah, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Again, I don't have an office or a den, so, some of these homes might have had that. Again, because they were just listed as sold, there wasn't a tremendous amount of detail that I could find. But again, they had adequate acreage. Some of them had more, so.
You've got 3 listed.
Yeah.
And so if you had to list these in order of most comparable, is that the way they're listed, or?
That was just the order of which I sorted them on Zillow.
Do you remember which one was the most comparable? In terms of
Again, some of them, I went by data, I didn't see the pictures. So as far as data, they're all pretty much the same. They're all 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes.
Do you know if they're all the same type of home?
versus a Cape Cod?
Two of them was a cape, two of them were capes. The other one, there's no picture, so it just was the satellite, kind of picture like this. I couldn't tell what style the home was.
Is there anything you want to tell us about your property that might make it of less value?
I mean, I do have 2.5 acres, not all,
You think it's in pretty good shape? The house is
home,
in pretty
yeah,
good shape?
I take care of my house, if I don't have a full usable 2.5 acres, I do have my neighbor behind me has right of way on a large portion of that property because his driveway goes through that, so there's nothing I can do with that portion of the property. And then there's nothing I can do with the rear, probably close to an acre of the property because it's all wet. It's a swamp. Basically.
The
So,
running theme today is swamp.
yeah, so
Wet property.
so it's not a full usable 2.5 acre property as far as either usage development goes.
So you have a driveway going through it is that correct?
There's a driveway that goes through my property is shaped, if you can imagine, kind of like a K. The long portion, the 50-foot right of way, the whole length of my property to get to his house.
Oh, I know which one.
Pretty good there, bad there, I don't know.
I would say, Peter and Sally used to have a house, that little white house right as you turn the. Then the white fence across.
Oh, Peter knows.
Yeah, Peter knows.
Peter, yes.
You have that right of way that goes right up to the top. Hill, right where the house was built.
Well, I live further down on Stony
Oh,
Hill.
okay, so-
There's across the street from me is the old cemetery.
Let's see. Jeremy, do you have anything?
So I took a look at this one, we ran some comps there. I have 5 comp sales that are Cape Cod, all Cape Cods. They all range from 453,000 to 961,000 they sold for, adjusting out all around the 530 to 590 range. I placed emphasis on the closest one on 101 Stony Road, which is adjusting out to 532. Recommending adjusting to 530, end it off with 5.
Okay, so we will take into consideration what you brought to us as well as what Jeremy is now recommending that. And get you something by July 1st.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your time.
Good to see you.
Yeah, enjoy.
I didn't leave a message with you all.
Okay. This
I didn't get the letter.
Angela Olaguards. Angela Olaguards? No, they're not showing. Jeanette? Bezanet. Bezanet? Bezanet. Bezanet, okay. Really Bezanet, but. That's right, I can say Bezanet. Just gotta put on my French accent, that's all. 20 years of French in high school, I could, we feel the same name.
There's 7 French 1.
Oh, okay.
And I got my friends,
That's
my family, now we all.
We should at least get it right. Okay, after all that.
Oh,
We'd like to swear you in. You most solemnly affirm and swear that the information you're about to give will be given accurately and truthfully to the best of your ability to do so.
Yes.
You're kidding me. I should have shut it off.
That's all right, I had the same thing happen this morning.
Yeah, I just declined and it's still ringing. I'm shutting my phone off.
okay.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna double check my notes. We did the appointing of the phone. Let's see.
It's been assessed at 839.
Yeah. So anyway, you are looking to reduce the assessment to 450,000. You have 58.3 acres. For um, 3 acres. I guess, I don't have it, I'm gonna look at the thing, anyways,
Where the house is located.
Right,
Because
you have
originally that's what it
primary-
was.
well, hold on, I just wanna make sure I'm on the same.
Got the right page.
I knew you hate not, but next time we're gonna let you do all the work.
No, next
And
time I
we're
will
gonna
not be
sit
here.
there.
Next time I will not be
Well,
here.
then why don't, let's see what it would be like if you go.
It's 61, right?
I think, yes.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, 61 point something.
I'm looking at your comps. This, this, I did this flavor in the evening, so you'll have to excuse me. We have 3 primary,
Mhm.
and then we have 58.3 residual, number of extra structures. Okay, and the house is built in 1975, 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. We're all talking about the same property.
Yep.
So why, you have comps.
Mhm.
Tell us why you think the reduction should be almost half of the third total assessed value.
Sure. So of the comps, if you look at, there's really only 3 that are even log houses.
This is the one.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
And of those, there's 2 that are similar in age. One sold for 645,000. The other sold for 810,000. The one that sold for 810 is considerably larger. It's 2,000, so it's a little bit decent. Using the price per square foot, it would cap out this house at 737,000. If you're just using the square footage, like an average square
Right,
footage
yeah.
sale price. So that's not considering, those are both listed as normal condition. So
Mhm.
this house has water damage, it has the leaking roof. It has insect damage from boar bees. There's the the conditions with the house.
Oh.
Mold, there's wood rot on the dormers.
I did give a whole bunch of pictures with our, and showing all of those things that he's mentioning.
Right.
Yep.
Right, we have all those, we just don't print them out because but we have access to them on the computer to see them. Yeah,
And then
it's all-
the land, even though there's a decent amount of property there, most of it is undevelopable. So it's either swamps or wetlands or streams or rocky cliffs. So it's not really prime property. The property that is developable, that was historically farmlands, is all developed already. So it's got her house, my brother's, and then my former aunt's house, who somebody else lives there.
Right, so you have topography issues, where we are. Let me look at the.
And is this all one property where you have the different residences on, so it's.
Well,
considered
they are,
multi-resident?
they're
It's
broken up.
of their own property.
Hold on, this is not. I can get my phone to behave, now I see what I did. So part of the 3 acres has a 50% discount for topography and limits. And then it doesn't say anything about the remaining acreage, which gets valued at without a discount. There was
Was that?
a big
So-
discount on the 3. So talking about the 58 acres, how does it differ from the house site?
Well, the house site actually has all that water stuff too, but the main 58 acres is basically the same. It's all connected. It's
Mhm.
one piece. And actually, I'm surprised. I thought you said that was all merged into one lot.
It is. What we do is, what the
Oh.
assessors do is they break it down.
Oh, okay.
Per building lot, so that's
Oh,
the 3 acres, because you're 3 acre zoning, and then the 58 and change is considered residual.
Okay.
But residual anticipates that there could be development.
Oh,
And the primary had a 50% discount for wetness and topography.
Right.
I'm just wondering, is it just, you just found the worst place in all of the land to?
No,
to
that's one
build
of
the house?
that's one of the better spots, actually. It's a little bit flat, but the lower half of the property, the original property was 86 total acres. So the lower half is where the houses are. The upper half is the residual, and that's where you can't really develop because of all the wetlands and the rocks and stuff. So that's why everything is kind of clustered at the bottom.
Do you have any issues with, well, it sounds like you did say that, with the stuff at the bottom being affected by runoff? From what's up there, or is it just its own wet?
There's I mean, there is a stream and there's a pond and stuff that runs through, so most of it kind of drains off into the streams that border each side, but we have had issues with washout on like the driveway and things like that. We have certainly had those problems. Oh, the other major issue is the in-ground oil tank, which has been there for 50 years.
Did give a picture of the loss of the things, the tank coming up out of the ground, the fill thing.
But yeah, from what I was able to find, and you can't really get a good estimate on this unless you have somebody come out and price actually removing it, was somewhere between 5,000 and 15,000 to remove it. That's assuming there's no oil. If there's an oil leak, then it's considerably higher. And actually, a house that I bought with my wife in Marlboro at one point years ago, the previous owners had the tank removed. There was oil leaking, and I think it was like 60,000 or something like that for the abatement. So that was quite costly.
Yeah, be careful what you look for.
I know. Well, this one's been there 50 years. I kind of don't want to know. It's like, and at some point it will be a problem, I'm sure.
Is there, so it's rocky, is it steep? How, describe more of the
So there's
residual land.
there is a road that was kind of built 30 something years ago.
Years ago, it was like a logging road. It's not really a road, it's just a.
But that follows effectively a ridge going up towards the back. On either side of it, it is fairly steep, and it would drop, I'd say, over the course of maybe 15-20 feet, it could go up or down 20 feet. So it's fairly steep in spots. My cousins years and years ago had a dirt bike track up there just because they could jump some stuff like that, right? You can navigate it with a dirt bike, but otherwise, not much else.
Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
Let's see, I think that was. Oh, I mean, interior stuff is still unfinished in the house. Some of the closets aren't painted, trim is missing. Things like
Basement's
that.
not finished or ever.
When was the house built?
1975. And we actually built it ourselves with the help of, cousins and aunts and uncles and whatever, but I mean, the electric and the plumbing, we did have someone come in
That
and
was
do.
the
but
exact
we
same year
had
my
to-
husband and I built our house.
Really?
But I
Was it
did
a log house?
no, it wasn't a log. I did the electric, my husband did the plumbing. That was before you had to be certified to do.
Yeah, they came with the 2 flatbeds with all the logs, like Lincoln logs. That's how they delivered it back then. And they just got the straps, the things sold on, and they drove
No,
away
that
and
one I
we
just
said,
brought
"Oh."
today, but it had that has like the calculation in it too.
Thank you.
I made a couple of copies, so that's.
Okay, so if you wanna, I can. Cause I'm gonna keep this.
If you wait for Fred to end up, I don't know what I'm saying.
This
Okay.
this is very, very helpful.
Yeah, that really is helpful.
And
then,
she
too.
loves numbers. I think she dreams of them. Some people have sheep going.
I
over.
think that's him.
I agree.
Seriously.
Let's see,
He's a
we
numbers
were
person.
connecting
I was a
here.
math major.
So was I.
Econometrics.
We, we, are experienced with words.
All right, anything else?
No, all right, no, I have no more questions. Jeremy, would you like, do you have anything to add?
This one, I think this one, did that get lowered by Guy?
Yeah, they had it assessed over $1 million. They had a number of,
Fire there.
they had a number of issues with
Gardens
additional
lowered.
buildings and stuff.
So I just reran comps, I was looking at it there, got comp sales on 10 acres, 25 acres, 13 acres, 17 acres, 15 acres. And they're all adjusting out to 960.
Right.
965.
But the land here is what really speaks. It's like 500,000 in land.
Yeah, 61 acres, yeah.
Correct. 61 acres, 3 of which have a 50% discount and then
The rest.
the rest. Well,
Okay. Jeremy Bronco. Oh. Hi, I've been trying to meet you.
Nice to find you. Sorry under these circumstances.
Yeah, too bad, but.
This will be helpful.
Okay, so thank you very much for coming in, and you will hear from us by July 1st.
All right.
Okay,
sounds good.
good, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Did they just send a
letter?
in the.
Yes, that's an A, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So do you want to spend 15 minutes to run through more of these, and then we have an hour off to get to the courthouse?
We don't have any more appointments?
Yep, they have not shown.
Well, we should wait just in case.
So why don't we use that 15 minutes to let Jeremy run through some numbers, so we don't have to do that at the end of the day?
No.
Oh, never?
Never.
Okay, I was gonna say, I wouldn't sit in any of these chairs, if they want to get a chair, they're right there, that's the way.
My back is killing. You know,
If we either do it now, or
No,
we have
it's-
to do it at the end of the day.
I'd rather do it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I
Don't
feel that.
know now what you can put on until the end of the day.
I mean, we really should stay, we are expected to be here till 2 o'clock.
All right, well, I'm gonna
So-
spend the next 15 minutes in the bathroom.
Well, you could do that, because all he has to do is say the stuff. That's all we have to do.
Well, once he
Get it on
adds
record.
something that isn't in the notes.
He's gonna give us all his papers. He's gonna read the papers for us.
Reading off the paper.
Okay, read off the papers I'm going to.
Okay. So we were up to
G12.
G8 was your last one.
Last one. I mean,
That was
I don't have-
965 to 1 million something.
9, 10, or 11, so
Okay.
12 here, G12.
Mhm.
This one, subject is a 2,288 square foot colonial, built in 1992 on 2.8 acres. After reviewing the photos submitted by the property owner, we ran the comps and coming up with a value range of 536 to 618. Due to the condition of the subject, emphasis should be placed on the 536 to 554, 555 range.
Okay.
Actually, this one doesn't contain because we did a stip on this. G15.
So you have one that you did a stip on that we had?
Yeah, they originally submitted something, but I ended up talking to them and did stip.
Okay, we need to check on that because I think,
G13.
You want this on the record, what we're saying now?
yeah, this has to be. So G13, you now have a stip on.
46 to 52 Crossroad, it's the address.
Okay.
G14, Sundown Road. Subject is a 35 acre vacant parcel. Being tentatively valued at 8,485 per acre. I believe that to be correct.
Okay.
80 Bridge Road, G17,
G what?
G17.
17.
Just some response to the owner's sales that they provided, 318 Maple Street, is in the town of Warsing. It's only 660 square feet in size on a half an acre, not comparable to the subject. 637 Granite Road is a 1940 built 1,400 square foot old style house of economy grade construction in fair condition when it was sold in 2024. Not comparable to the subject. 33 Sundale Road is a 1960 built 660 square foot cottage in poor uninhabitable condition. Not comparable to the subject. 42 Markle Road is a 1971 ranch style house on 1.6 acres, not comparable to the subject. That also sold on 4/30/2026, which is past the valuation date of July 1st. 4028 to 4030 Route 209 is a multiple residence property, not comparable to the subject. 84 Sydney Street was a 1965 built up colonial Cape Cod style house of economy grade construction in fair condition, not comparable to the subject. 52 Old Minnewaska Trail is a 1966 built cottage of economy grade construction in fair condition, not comparable to the subject.
You're trying to tell us something here.
The subject is a 1990 built Cape Cod that's in good overall condition. 1,296 square feet of living space on 5.1 acres. I have some cop sheets attached for your
Okay.
review. Photo of the subject.
And your recommendation is no change?
Correct.
Okay.
190 DeWitt Road, G18. Again, valuation date is July 1st, 2025. Property owner is using sale that took place in December 25, past the valuation date. And again, one sale doesn't make the market. 3 to 5 comps should be used to determine values. Uh, 112 Lions Road, G19. The owner of the property is saying this is a seasonal cabin. We just have the property as being a 19.7 acre parcel with a 30 by 48 2-story barn, a shed, 2 picnic shelters, and a couple covered porches. No seasonal cabin. So recommend no change. '96 Medicons Road, B21. Based on the current normal condition with property as, I can lower the market value coming into the 440 range of coming up with comps. The property may be in more of a fair condition than the normal average. To think about that one. .675 Cherrytown Road, D23. This one is a new construction Cape Cod style. I have O's, but it's a house, 7 acres. And I believe the property owner was just comparing vacant land, I think, in their grievance. The blower door test was done in August of 2025. So
What's a blower door test?
that's like the final inspection thing to see how inside the house is there.
And it wasn't there?
What
And
the-
it was not, oh, it was finished, but.
Yeah, so
but he
that's not
was-
saying that the
he
house
was
is
doing no-
finished there, even though I don't know if I actually received the final CO, but. What the building department blower door test was done in August 2025, so house was complete. I think we're just comparing it to vacant land on their grievance. It's a brand new house there.
That was which one? G what?
23. Yeah, 23.
23, yes. 80 White Birch Lane, G26. This is 9.7 acres with a hunting cabin camp on it. This one we spoke about the other day. Yeah, so I'm on it there already. Zolgada Ocean, okay, this is one from Zolgada Ocean here, G31. Replica of the one we just spoke about there. 3 Clovewood Road, G32.
Except I think that one didn't have anything at all from the condominium. I think she just submitted that on her own.
Yeah.
But that was $160,000. That was the one he was using as a comp.
3 Clovewood Road, G32, correcting the lot size to 1.97 acres and removing the central air. I'm coming up with a market value of $735. 33 Rock Hill Road, G34. Recommend a reduction to $820 on that one. 20 Sampsonville Road, G35. Recommend a reduction to $320. City Hall Road, this is an 18.1 acre vacant parcel with 30 feet of frontage on City Hall Road. Excerpt also from the deed attached here showing that it is not a landlocked parcel. Describes together with a permanent right and easement. Property owner trying to claim it has no access. The email from the tax map of county says that describes a 30-foot parcel and also together with a permanent right and easement.
What was that?
Which number was that?
G36.
No reduction?
I recommend no reduction. '43 Denonville Road, G37, recommend a reduction to $430 on that one. It's not the evidence provided. Old Kings Highway, G38. After applying a negative wetness influence, I'm coming up with a value of $77,000. G94 Old Kings Highway, G39. That was lower during the informal review process to $715. I recommend no further reduction.
715? Yes.
G12 Whitfield Road, G40. That sold on October 3rd, 2025 for $701,000. After we were rerunning the comps, I'm coming up with a value of $675 as a market value as of July 1st, 2025.
What was that number?
$675.
That was G40.
19 Ski Slope Road, E41. Is a 496 square foot seasonal cabin on half an acre. After rerunning the comps, I'm recommending a reduction to $115. '11 Harris Road, G42. After reviewing the supporting documentation, you can recommend a reduction to $300,000. 21 Ski Slope Road, G43. After reviewing supporting documentation, rerun comps, I recommend a reduction to $460,000. 41 Dawson Lane, G44. I recommend a reduction to $960,000. 101 Ridgewood Road, G45. Recommend a reduction to $1,485,000. 107 Ridgewood Road, G46. Recommend a reduction to $1,405,000. 96 Ridgewood, G47. Recommend a reduction to $1,330,000. 8 Tamarack Lane. Recommend reduction to $1,335,000.
What's the G number on that?
$1,335,000.
No, the-
G48. '85 Ridgewood, G49. Recommend a reduction to 1,295,000. 15 Rock Oak G50. Recommend a reduction to 1,310,000.
We're in Appetite.
240 Sundale Road G51. Recommend a reduction to 660,000. 115 Mill Rock Road G52. I recommend a reduction to 1,240,000. .39 Stable Hill Road G53. Recommend a reduction to 620,000.
Why don't you do the last one? Do the last one.
One more. 273 Ridgeview Road G54. Recommend a reduction to 1 million.
Ooh, nice round number to stop with. Okay, we're going to stop the sessions now. At 2 o'clock, we will adjourn again at the courthouse at 3 o'clock. And how do we stop this machine?
Gotta go, because I gotta make sure that the vote's released.